but they need to pull it off first because chasing behind them, is there, and Sons of Odin now coming in. This is a great breakthrough for this team. That third party earlier was great, now trying to sweep this southern end and will not let this team go before entering the zone either.
Strangers saw Sons of Odin were here in the kill feed, but they turned their back for a second too long. So do Sons of Odin. This one straight on in is a beautiful 1-for-1 pick, but Golden Boy now to second, and there goes Tatsia. Sons of Odin on the edge of the blue.
In a way that no one can really support you. The use of vehicles, lovely right here, but as stronger would be the snake. That is a sad way to die. The support now comes in.
Oh, Biggie, he's on his own. They might have wished it didn't step up, but he is also the support from Excuse Me. But they're already taking down Biggie. Albert cannot find a shot onto Hardman, and Most Wanted, they talked about their rotations on the end. They come in onto Barn, where they all spawn in from the plane path. And Most Wanted, well, they best know there's a location well, because they're already down to what will be Zephyr, the only solo player remaining. And Excuse Me, they will excuse Most Wanted out of this game. Surely the 1-on-1. Zephyr may be able to turn it here against Albert. This is the opportunity, but the door goes. Zephyr's health bar dropping from behind. Krusty cleans it up. Non-dance stop is here. Example defending what is one of the few positions outside of zone, but even the lights, you cannot stop here. The rest of Sons of Odin jumping on into Example.
Yeah, I think they are just playing in the style that somehow is not getting so much screen time. But you know what? TRG will break the fight. That is the triple that we want to see maybe, but the answer is yes, actually.
Evil, it go over the wall though. It is unfortunate. Rookie mistake is Sectoral. Does find it through shots in. Yui almost getting knocked. That nade rebounded through. Right behind him. The shot reload through. And they equip. Shut down Hitman. Snowboy as well. Yui 2v1. Can he find 3? No, he cannot. But a support through from Hidden's enough. And Conqueror also out.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. It's time for rising stars to shine. Show their skills, win a pile of cash, and become the pride of our country. We are proudly presenting the tournament the United Kingdom has been waiting for. PUBG Mobile National Championship returns with a prize pool of £22,000. The tournament consists of 3 stages through June to August. Open qualifiers were held from June 4th to 11th, where all the registered teams put their skill to a test in order to get to the next stage. 32 best teams that will survive this massacre will move to the group stage, which will be divided in 2 groups and take place from 5th to 8th and from 12th to 15th of August. 16 teams that will get the highest standings during the group stage will proceed to the final stage. Here it comes, the finals. They will be held from 20th to 22nd of August. Mark these dates because they will make history of PUBG Mobile in the United Kingdom. Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes, £22,000. Now that's a chicken dinner.
Hello and welcome, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls all around the United Kingdom, and welcome back to a brand new day and the last day here of the PMNC UK Grand Finals for the 2021 edition. It's my absolute pleasure to bring you some of the action that was going to be happening today. My name is Maximan. I'm going to be your host, but as always, we're going to need two fantastic voices to bring you through these 5 set of games that will be happening today before we crown the Grand Champion of the United Kingdom for PUBG Mobile Esports. It's going to be, as always, Professor Tarzan and also Highland Wolf. I'm going to start with you, Highland. How are you feeling, man, going into this final day?
It already feels slightly sad that it's coming to an end. It goes by so fast every single time these tournaments, but we've had an absolute bang of a tournament so far, and coming now to our final day, I'm expecting even more. Expecting it not to be just an NDL runaway. I want to see all of these other teams compete and try to get that title.
Look, you say sad is ending, but I'm not going to lie, and I think Tarzan might agree with me on that one. We won't have to deal with you anymore, Highland, after today. So I'll take that as a win. I'll take that as a win, personally. But Tarzan, how are you feeling? Happy to not have to deal with Highland anymore after this?
Man, it started already between the two of you. But you know what? I'm extremely excited, right? Because I love to do some stats. We've seen some teams like really change the view upon, you know, the way that they played, like through yesterday, and both in a good and bad way, right? So I like to always say, you know, by all means, prove us wrong. And we love to, because new possibilities, you know, adding a lot of flavors to the battlefield is always something that we're up for.
Yeah, especially you're talking about teams that changed things up. I'm thinking Team Savage has got a really big step up since yesterday. So we'll have to talk a little bit. We'll pick out a few of the teams that have some really clear improvements from day 2. Right before that, having day 1 maybe struggling a little bit is great, because let's not forget, sure, you got the prize pool. You got also potentially being called the best team in the UK in PUBG Mobile Esports as of right now, but you must not forget that there's also that big PMPL Western Europe slot for the full split that's going to be available, that I would say, Highland, is really taking a big toll for all of these teams. That is the big focal point. So it's going to be a big battle on this 3rd and final day.
Oh, it certainly has, and I think we've seen teams for sure step up in that 2nd day. I mean, you mentioned Savage have now got themselves on what is 4th position overall from what was them down in the 2nd half of that leaderboard in the end of the 1st day. I also think we've been seeing teams generally step up across the board, and that's why actually, as we'll move into those overall standings later, that it is so close. I mean, you think towards the top end of that leaderboard, minus NDL, towards the bottom, there's actually only about 20-25 points in it between these top teams.
Yeah, it's just great to see these kind of improvements. But I do have to say, we've got the prize pool we're going to be looking at once again for the event. It's going to be a total of £22,000 divided between all of the few top teams. And it's also going to be £450 for the MVP. And seeing right now, Tarzan, after day 1, after day 2, we saw the MVP 2 times being from NDL. Do you have a speculation of which player potentially might be the MVP at the end?
You know what? I'm thinking I'm going to pick between Euphoria and Jody. I think it's just because of the performance from day 1 and 2. And in a way, it's just the squad doesn't show any signs of slowing down either. So like with the aggressive style when it comes to just overall survival time, right, as well as just fragging power, it will place them in that contender seat for sure.
Yeah, I think that's something that, never know, we'll have to see, but £6,500 for the 1st place team, that is definitely going to be what they're aiming for, also with that PMPL slot at the very end of the day. But also don't forget, we're going to have our standings that we're going to have to go and check out to see exactly what we're playing for and what we're working with, hitting this 3rd and final day of the PMNC UK Finals, as we're going to have a quick overlook of how things are going. And here, Highland, NDL 140 points, just running away with a huge lead right now.
NDL absolutely stomping of a lead. I mean, the kill points alone here, Tarzan, or should I say Max as well, are enough to put them in actually that 7th position alone. They don't even need the placement points to be on that left side of the leaderboard, and that's the statement in itself. I think, however, rightly so, as we mentioned, there is such a small difference between the points overall, between, as you can see, TSC Ultimate rising up in 2nd position, 92, to actually all the way down to Fear Esports, only 22 points between them and 10th position on that right side. I actually think that for Fear, they are one of those teams that are those dark horses. Maybe not to take it all, of course, because they do have a little bit of a lead behind NDL, but certainly an opportunity for them to definitely rise and be able to get a lot more prize money than what they would get currently in that 10th position.
They feel like the main protagonist of Season 2 of of One Punch Man, where every time he gets beat up, he learns and he just becomes even stronger the next time you meet him. That's, for example, also Savage talked about them, 91 points despite them being on the second page at the start of yesterday's 5 games. So really good improvement from them. But when you're looking on the second page here, Tarzan, we're looking at some teams that we're not too happy to see them down there. And one of those actually is TRG down in 14th. That comes as a big surprise to many, I think.
It's a really huge surprise based on 2 things, right? They got 49 points in day 1. That placed them at 4th place after day 1, but they only got themselves 9 points in day 2. And that would be a disappointment, not just to us, but for those who are watching, right? Because they're constantly being voted as one of the fans' favorite, I should say. So I hope that bit of power would really channel into the players and their brains so they can really redeem themselves in this last day.
They're only 18 points away also from Conqueror UK, currently standing in 8th place. So, really, if they have a good, strong performance on Game 1 on Erangel, we could see them on the first page, which is where I think they want to be. Because if you are playing on that first page, that's where the big differences in prize pool actually do arise. So that's going to be the focus for TRG and all the teams playing in that direction. And Highland, another team that I'm potentially thinking of here is also SYRAX Esports, you know, currently standing on 70 points. The team that you talked about has improved on many facets. But do you think they can continue on that launch now hitting day 3, or do you think they might, unfortunately, be a little bit all over the place?
I think that Fear, they are one of those teams that have had this finals buff. As it's gone on, they've gotten even better and better. You can see through these final 5 games, once they gain the same maps overall, they're starting to get used to that. They're starting to get accustomed to this and the way that each of these other teams are up against play. And they were taking names, they were taking those chicken dinners even more and more as we came into that final game yesterday. I think that it's going to be a repeat once more, and they're just going to keep on improving.
We'll see if it's going to be a repeat, but what I can tell you as a fact is we're going to repeat the exact same maps of day 1 and day 2 onto our 3rd day here for the finals, and it's going to be, as always, Erangel into Miramar, into Sanhok, into Miramar again, and once again into Erangel. So Erangel, Miramar, once more, if these are the maps at which you're good at, you're going to be miles ahead of the rest of the competition. You have that little Sanhok game in the middle that might be able to help out every once in a while, but you don't have many of those. But once again, talking about trying to take themselves some wins for the teams, but we can see also if the community on the YouTube and Twitch chat can take some dubs for themselves. We're going to have the community voting starting off once again for this very first game today. It's going to be on Erangel. So to enter the vote, as I said, it can be on YouTube, it can be on Twitch. It doesn't really matter. Both platforms work. And you just got to enter in the chat the hashtag of your choice. For example, you want to support TSC Ultimate, spam in the chat hashtag TSC, and you will enter a vote for that specific team. Tarzan, going to start with you for today. Which is going to be a team you're going to put your vote towards for this first game?
First game. Oh, this is going to be tricky. You know what? I'm going to go off meta in a way. Like meta is basically NDL, right? That sounds so bad, but I'm going to go for TSC. TSC Ultimate will be my choice for this game 1. I think they are coming in pretty strong. They got themselves 61 points yesterday out, and they've got a 31 point on day 1, placing them at 2nd place. If they can continue with that type of momentum, I think they can do well. And I think they are the only other team other than NDL that I'm comfortable of picking right now based on the momentum basis.
Okay, I like that actually kind of pick to go for. You explain it really well. So, okay, we'll see if they can try and get himself a win on the first game on Erangel. Highland, how about yourself? What are you going to be picking for this first game?
True. I feel like going into this, I'm going to actually go for Team Savage. I feel that, yes, Fia are hyping themselves up, but if we're going by that second day, it took a little bit of time for them to step up. So I think that Team Savage, they are the team that has stepped up the most overall out of these 16, and I'm definitely expecting big things coming through from them.
Okay, respect on that one. I think that's fine. I am going to avoid throwing and cursing this team again because I did it to them on day 1. But I'm going to go with Conqueror UK. I think they had a slow ramp up. I was a little bit happier with their day 2 compared to their day 1. So I think Conqueror UK could bring a little bit of a surprise factor in this 3rd day and could potentially contest some of the few top teams. So Conqueror UK is going to be my pick to go for. And we'll see how things are going to be working out as the votes are still coming on through. If you haven't already, once again, enter the vote for your team. Too late. You know what? Going to scrap that one. It's too late. The votes have now been taken into account. And SYRAX actually recording 50% of the overall votes, followed up with TRG Directions was 25% and another 25% for Team Savage. So it seemed like Team Savage got picked also, just like Johan and Wolf going towards them. So good to see. SYRAX has... I don't know how you feel, Tarzan, about SYRAX. We saw them play so well day 1, but day 2 they felt somewhat absent, weirdly so.
I think the point difference is not like huge enough to say that they've been disappointing, but I actually like the fact that the community picked them because they are that one team that have the experience of fighting NDL, right? In group stage, of course, NDL claimed that they were going to play the finals completely differently, but SYRAX has that ability. So we're waiting for them to have that hype house effect where they have one game or just one huge, even if it's not a win, right? A huge amount of kills that can really propel them up and really chase the spot back.
Yeah, talking about the hype effect, we'll see how it's going to work out, but hype is going to be here indeed, and for me at least, so I'll let you guys take it away on our first game of day 3 for the finals of the PMNC UK.
Oh, day 3, it is here. Only 5 more games here, Tarzan. I mean, it's okay. At least we get to work together. Max doesn't have to deal with me anymore for a little bit while longer. But at least you've got the comfort of myself and Tarzan here in these final matches for the most part. Here, the playing path as well, going to be very central for, I would argue, again, the majority of this first game. I think that actually this is an interesting one though overall, because when you look towards, I think, once again, the playing path yesterday and towards these zones yesterday, Tarzan, it was actually a very split series of zones. I mean, now we're just looking to see how these teams cope with what we've already seen, right?
I think this playing path is actually extremely forgiving because I've done some homework, like for my role, for this job, to know where they dropped, right? And a lot of these teams just have this playing path given to them and say it's easily drop to their favorite spots. But you know what? There's something that will still be a little bit shaky for a team like Xenotactic, who wants to really redeem themselves and have some good performances, and very close to Team Savage based on that Gatka drop. But look at the other teams, just for such an easy drop for them. If there's any team that will find it's just slightly harder, it would be Most Wanted, who wants to go to Yasnaya Pollyanna. But I don't think Sons of Odin need to contest with them like just head on when it comes to vehicle spawn. So we will actually have a very interesting playing path because this is where they can really do their homework. They've done their homework, I should say, and use what they researched.
This is also actually a very similar playing path to, again, the one we saw yesterday in Game 5, where actually it's just slightly further northeast to actually where it was in that yesterday's match. And I think what we can expect is, again, similar results, similar drop passes we've already seen from these squads. I think to be noted, the only 2 teams on this south side, both IND and actually SYRAX, who already consistently drop down, IND over military base, SYRAX over Novo, they try their luck a lot, but it's not necessarily something that works out for them here on Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, like, also this playing path, the way that it complements that phase 1 circle, though, is just leaving these teams once again the opportunity to really hunt certain teams down. Like, I think it's one of the most important things, especially entering the later phase of the tournament, to make some of your enemies feel the fear, right? It's like, oh, we didn't expect that. And that can throw a team off, not just for one game, but for the whole day. I'm talking about teams like SYRAX and IND who constantly go to the Southern Island without getting punished at all. And the fact that they have to cross back to the main island now is a great chance for some of the team to set up around the bridge without losing priority.
Well, we said that scoreboard was so close, right? So even 4 kills, you can see that it would take a team like SYRAX all the way up if they were able to grab those 4 kills defending across that bridge, even towards example team in 3rd position, and actually tied also there with TSC Ultimate in 2nd as well. So there's a big jump when it comes to, yes, it is only a couple spaces, but the prize money at the end of this tournament. I mean, when you think coming down, the difference between what could be maybe only £1,000 to up to £4,500 or so in that 2nd position, that's a big amount of money changed.
It's actually a life-changing amount of money. Like if a team is just based on 4 players, like no subs, no manager, no organization, every one of them can get one of the most high-end device, right? And we know how important that is for them to have a multi-platform type of social media presence, video editing and all that stuff. So we are starting to have these devices out there, but a lot of people struggle because they don't have, this type of advantage. So if they've been struggling and they've made it to this stage, this is where they can actually change their life if they allow it that way.
I love that word, by the way, like multi-platform. I mean, we also got one of those modules in my degree at university after the summer. We got broadcasting for multi-platform. But I mean, because I'm not there yet, I'm technically classed as a noob, you know, when it comes to multi-platform delivery.
You know what? Like, I'm even worse. Like, the type that in my so-called professional life, like I like writing like the paper notes. Like when everyone's trying to go like electronic, I'm like, no, I like my pen and paper, right? And even in the prep work right here, most of the time, I'm just writing on a notebook. But you know what? Like it's a new generation and they get blessed, by being born into it. I'm saying it like this because I'm relatively older, okay, guys? We've established that. Even, of course, the whole production team, probably I'm the oldest one, but you know what? I'm still here to bring my inner geek into analyzing this game. And this is time for IND to rotate. And I actually want to see more from this team because you mentioned how they had a decent start in day one, but only getting 15 points yesterday. Comparing to the 63 in day one, they really need to step up their game.
Yeah, they didn't get all that many points, but that aside, I also just want to say that I've also got, I think, what will be 3, 7, 8 pieces of paper on my desk, and my desk is not very big. I mean, my keyboard is like way behind the monitor right now, and just to make you not feel so old, that even as youngsters here, Tarzan, also use paper.
Hey, you know what? Like, I don't know what's the right thing to say. Do what works for you without hurting people or the planet. Is that even possible anyway? Anyway, guys, like this game is so interesting. As we always say, game one of the day will set the pace really, really well. So let's see what they're going to do. You know what? To my disappointment, I should say, no one wants to go out of the ordinary based on this play style and all that stuff like Triple Esports. I love that what they did yesterday when Max picked them and we hyped them up for is when they needed to rotate through Milta, they really did their job and they absolutely killed TRG there. And I think that's one of the issues for TRG. The fact that Milta's given to them without any contest is actually a bit of a waste. The way that they play it, they just extended the looting phase. Like, that's not how you play Milta or farm. You use it as a very strong choke spot. You use it to bring yourself to the next power position very easily. And most wanted here will need to meet the side of Sons of Odin because they just know how each other drop. And this is the time to think about how to choke them off and how to slowly rotate in.
I adore this rotation, actually, by Sons of Odin. Yes, they don't take the fight, but I actually like that they're taking a different approach to this Orangle match, Sons of Odin. They're trying something different. They're cutting off Most Wanted, as we know. They've always dropped Inyas Polyana, and you're trying to search for those kills. And for actually a team like Sons of Odin as well, they're very far down when it comes to that leaderboard. I mean, only 51 points, and yes, I think there is still definitely time. You could see in a world where Sons of Odin are up there in the top 3 by the end of today with some miracle performances, but it's a long way to get there.
Yeah, I think experience is a very, very key factor as usual, and also just team dynamics, really. I really got DMs today from like players and knowing the struggles. I actually feel them. It's almost painful to hear that, sometimes they are not having a great time. They think it's only another day of agony and stuff like that. So, you know what? I'll always be that advocate to try to, keep teams together. Just any guidance would really help. And you know what? If you're insect in real life, you probably need to know how to peek your head, not to expose yourself to the sideline, especially of that from Triple Esports. Such a strong squad. And you know what? Borderline disappointed, although they still got that chance, but the lead from NDL is just enormous.
Am I in real life too, Tarzan? Is this what we call reality? I mean, Naz, it's not a good reality for him. I mean, he's already suffering.
And you know what? Like, that's the issue. Like, when you push it up so close, you are pushing against someone with high ground advantage as well as third party. Should I say third person peak? Advantage should be the right term, and now they need to rotate, and that's the problem. When you're pushing in, this is almost, it's not even borderline, it's a disrespectful position. Like, if you need to come in close, your teammates need to have a very, very good overwatch, but this land between where the overwatch can be established and where Nas was situated and located, extremely hard to pull off.
Oh, as well, but Triple not going in as a full squad in that situation, Naz getting caught. And I think it just speaks to the fact that Triple Esports coming into this finals have not been at all the same team that we saw in the group stage. And I think, yes, they're still very close to the top, but we expected a Triple, like formerly Courage in that group stage, they were going to roll over everyone that they saw. You see, remember those 4 chicken dinners in a row that they won in that 3rd day of groups.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about like speaking your plays, right? I should say, showing what you've got based on your plays, and there's not really much to talk about like so far in the finals, other than some crazy shots coming from Ethis. I really feel like they're falling off the chart right now. But for this circle, it's actually extremely interesting. We'll have Yasna Pollyanna in the middle there, and that is actually Most Wanted's drop spot. So I like to bring this up again. If the circle goes to where you drop, you should have a decent advantage. Like your map knowledge should be carried over, not just from that early game in case someone drop on you, but in the late game it ever comes to you, so you don't even have to move at all, right? So Most Wanted is situated on the more southwestern side of the city and try to control that part of land.
NDL as well on the northern edge will try to control away Yasna Pollyanna. Keep in mind that phase 2 did shift. I believe what feels like it could be up more towards the northern side of this shift. We haven't seen it on the map, but just the way the NDL are positioned, that makes me feel that that is the case.
Yeah, I think they just have a compound that have many options. They can very closely get to the Yasnaya Pond to really scout the south side if it ever shifts that way, but they can also have a huge and strong split on the northern side if it stays on that part of the map. And being a North Georgia team, they came in and already swept a lot of position. So it's going to be a very versatile. I think it's very hard to predict how the zone is going to go, and where they choose to stay right now would be so key. And there's a high chance that with this central belt being so populated right now along the Sons of Odin and the multiple teams, it's about reset, like the type of reset where you reset up, I should say. So same spot, but a different way to play it after the new circle appears.
And as zone as well, a lot of teams on the south side, Tarzan, and you've got to think that particularly all of those teams rotating up, that's where again the congestion will be. I mean, you see the likes of Excuse Me, they got a little bit of trouble rotating Triple Sons of Odin. It also was a northern shift zone, so I was correct, but it goes north once again, over towards Yasna Pollyanna, and actually in towards the rest of that northern side, to the edge of Stalwa, to the edge of Severny as well. This is a very tricky rotation, but I do think it's made slightly easier by the fact that there is still 2 bridges to rotate into.
And that is a crazy shift. It really puts the game sense to the test for these players. If you're still in Yasna Pollyanna, you want to be more towards the center of the zone, to that northwestern side. You can still park your cars. You don't have to worry about all the barrage of teams crashing in. But you know what? Some of those teams would definitely be funneled in the wide way on the right side, eastern rotation in. So NDL having that triangular formation of a split, they want to show everyone who would really move between those players, but they need to find the right time to support as well. The white rotations are now coming in. Example team wants to try their luck. Is not going to be easy against all that cover fire coming in from Yasnaya.
They're trying to jump in onto Yasnaya, but yeah, Yasnaya is already taken, my friend, and inside the field, it is not a good place to be. Example finding themselves caught out will also force away here the smokes. But for a game here for Most Wanted, you could have not asked for a better position here with this zone shift. Most Wanted, every single time we mentioned they dropped down in Yasna Pollyanna, they did begin to rotate away, but now they have everything they need. Unfortunately, not so much efficacy in the tactics. Siraji gets called out, but buys enough time there to distract. And actually, Example will lose one trying to go for the kill.
I think Example is just too greedy in this split. Like, I think it might be just a spray that stopped the rotation. They just needed to make it easier for each other. And now they will have the numbers disadvantage when they actually have a very strong compound to play off. It's going to be extremely tricky for these teams, though, to readjust their split and knowing how to support. And I think that will be the key factor or the key thinking that these teams need to have when it comes to splitting. What if this happens? How do I really adjust it, right? And Cable and the SYRAX with a huge 2-2 split may not be easy to hold down either. Already lost one player.
The nade should come through for here the rest of the tactics first, but instead it is Cable who finds it in, but it will be a smoke, not a grenade. So it means that actually for here, Xena Tactics, they survive a little bit longer. And it feels also the fact that that was a smoke used by Cable is also going to be that they want it kind of edge away from this position. You can see this SYRAX, they're not in a good place. They're in a corner. Also, Sons of Odin, but no, not in a good place either. His daddy will also be knocked. Now Silence on the edge of the blue. Will try to defend away what is an angry TRG Direction. Goated on towards the position of their fallen comrade, but TRG still holding up that nade in over the top. Can they find it? But no, it's too short.
You know what? It's going to be a bit of a scrappy fight. I feel like Sons of Odin should just like fully boost and apply slightly more pressure. But TRG is already under pressure from the blue anyway. So this is actually Sons of Odin being very proactive and then just find that really sweet window where they can't return fire to make this work. The cover fire still comes through though to continue the pressure. And that would be a decent start for Sons of Odin. Actually, TRG would not be able to find their foot once again and will be eliminated in 16th place.
It does feel like TRG, rightly so, as we mentioned before this first game, they haven't found their footing in these finals. I think that has been a similar case, again, like we mentioned with Triple, but that gives time for those newest teams that we mentioned coming into these tournaments, the newer players who maybe aren't as experienced to step up. And by my they have, is their zone. It goes once more towards the northeastern side and in towards the Stalwart Hills, Tarzan. That's where it gets really beautiful because the ridge lines, they're going to be so important in control.
The game knowledge will be so important. There's always high ground upon high ground around that area, but Sons of Odin need to hold this down. It will be a hell of a party on this eastern edge because everyone's got the speculation that the Yasnaya Bridge is taken, so no one's going for that. I think 90% of the teams are holding on the third, this really edge position. Just consider it of maybe the service area of a quarter of the circle is actually insane. So many neutral fights will come through. Everyone needs 360. The quick comms need to come through, and there will be a bit of a bloodbath very soon.
TSCRB. It looks like they're going to go for it, but instead Biggie holds in for now. The grenade as well will be used, but they've all fallen short. Almost catches Biggie though this one. Onto the sliver of HP. A second being cooked from behind. Excuse me, they get caught. But it's actually, now the grenade will not finish through Biggie. The raw is actually Most Wanted. They're the ones with a kill. They will confirm it down. And Most Wanted, Albie, in an unfortunate position here where Ads also going to be the second player in. A third grenade cooked, but not before Triple will run over TeamOma. Unfortunately for them as well, not the success they had in that fifth game. Is Eastern Shift Zone brutalizing all of these squads as Most Wanted to fall. And there, in the midst of it all, it is Strangers dying as well, but they take that fight. And they have to now survive because the fourth party is there. It's still more entering in.
And this is just extremely brutal for these teams. You can see the number of players getting eliminated through that zone was just insane. I think that we will continue to see these teams needing to find a way down because we've got the position that's held by NDL in the middle. That sets of compound really have a 360, landscape around extremely flat. And these teams will need to continue this type and style of fight due to the circle. They're on that edge. There's a high chance that they need to talk about what they're doing now, finding a new spot, as you can see on that minimap on the top right. And FE Esports will need to try to enter alongside Triple Esports, but NDL given the center right now.
NDL, who are ahead, they are being gifted. Example team also gifted one by Strangers. Tassia will fall. And now the rest, the three remaining Strangers, edge up. They know that there is someone there. Tassie has, of course, given it away, but to their life, to their deficit is G9. With a grenade, will hold for now.
You know what? Like, there is a time bomb on this. They can fight fight all you want, but you need to fight at a spot where you can somewhat get some info towards the center circle so you know how long you want to do this for, right? So to fight or not to fight, to shoot or not to shoot, right here we're on that edge. Example team down to 2 players, got this position in the circle though against Strangers team, a team that really bounced back. And example is the one that fall down a little bit in yesterday. They will continue the pressure, but they need to continue for a little bit longer.
They're making the revive. They're getting away with it. Actually, Reko, big mistake. They didn't confirm the kill, and it's a 4v1 situation. Reko goes down, blowing up, and so are the rest of the example team. I think that was very poor through for defense.
And that is the sight line they found. Even just the vehicle, the way that is parked is going to be extremely tricky. But in the middle there, NDL's no longer alone. Conqueror wants to take this away. And you know what? NDL's been like relying on this for so long now. We talked about reset up. Like, how do they hold this down? It may not just be one team. It could be even more.
There's still 10 teams alive, and NDL, yes, so one of them, but there's 9 more angry squads and players looking for that position as well. And NDL, Rolkis is on the weaker side of his compound. There's not really as much protection. You can see them using those walls to the best effect as possible. But again, this is compound that is very vulnerable to being crashed upon. And NDL currently, they're against the fight with Conqueror. Rolkis almost going down. That could have been a disaster for them. But they have to be wary of those full crashes on in.
You know what, like Rokas was playing with fire, like even if that nade didn't land, like he's in a position that can be exposed by like so many players. So that's why the moat was there, but that was a risk to take that he eventually didn't get punished. So they've still got a chance, but you know, so many teams need to enter in. Actually, lovely to see some boat action in that kill feed. And Conqueror, Max's choice, you know what, they are in position to maybe win this game. They just need to know how to control this, and not just against NDL, but with the surrounding is a great position to farm some kills.
And IND as well. Premix now first it down. They only strike here 1, but there's quickly a second, excuse me, gifted away through 9th position. But Conqueror, they are still the priority, Tarzan. They're still inside the compound in that 5-5 shift. It's in 40 seconds, going to close in. That's when we expect the rest of these squads to jump in on board. It's SYRAX, they just cannot handle that heat coming through from triple.
You know what? 30 seconds until the new zone as well. Just look at that new circle. Still have the majority of this main compound in here. And that will be about the game for these other teams on the outskirts to maybe allocate some resources, you know, risk something, you need to send 1 or 2 in, get an opening knock upon the team in the compound that's still maybe busy fighting each other. This could be prime time. It's about finding the prime time to enter when they're getting busy. But NDL says, I don't want to share this with you. They're trying to pull the trigger.
They are trying to pull the trigger. That could have been risky. Another grenade almost strikes down Jody. The low HP bar. Conqueror just cannot quite find it.
You know what, like, this is going to be so tricky. Like, the longer they're here for, like, once the other teams have found their space in the circle, this will be third party, fourth party, but that's the nade and that's the push.
That is Snowboy down to here. NDL, they go. They know that is their opportunity. It's all 4-0 the rest of the roof. 1 death now pressed upon. But can he defend? No, it's going to be an impressive knock through. And a third will fall. Conqueror completely triple for nothing. Blown out of the water. Fear now in underneath the rock is TS the ultimate. They still a full squad. Look to dive on in. Albie jumps down. Looks for some NDLS drop shot, but Fear, they have nothing left anyways, and they just fall through. But maybe they do. Maybe we have 1 more. Maybe I'll find a 3rd. Maybe a 4th. As Tantan didn't go in for the push, and Fear, they're making the 1v4 happen. The Strangers, they want to stop it. They find it. They expose what could have been such a beautiful play.
Farah almost got the 1v4 as well. Tamtam with above position couldn't find those sight lines. Those slopes are too deep. But TSA with the really aggressive position wouldn't really be punished after all. Now triple is around for the challenge in this main compound. NDL needs to hold it down. 1 knock already. Last one standing would be Resnov, but he will be gone. NDL stays extremely strong.
NDL, they take down another. Strangers falling through. This cannot survive. They cannot get in this compound. TSC broken and bruised by the FIA member. Is now they have to defend themselves. They potentially find one here, but Browdy getting blown up means they cannot push once more. Back to a duo. They don't have the vehicle. More importantly here, Tarzan to jump on in either. There's no crashable option for them.
It's so weird because they don't really have the Knicks cover to play off. The side of IND, which is only down to one player, but the full squad of NDL have to move out as well. So it's about those utilities now, using some fake runs, moving your cars, positioning them well. Like that angle of the vehicles can be so important for these late game Metal Shields and Jar Jar and the side of NDL need to think of action right now. 15 seconds to go, but that 30, 40 meters are longer and further than you think.
Still, 30 meters in the end game feels like 300. NDL, they do make the smoke road. They haven't had to use all that much when you think about it because they have been taking the loot off of the dead comrades and the dead also enemies that they've been finding. Is Kronos is going to hold that final member of IND2, that third party. They could find that off angle if they do require. Volk is going down. They have shot through. They cannot find a knock, though. No bullet lands in Kronos. This is a feels bad man. Their position revealed. Now they get shot on. But for Jody off the off angle, TSC trying to make this the time to push in as well.
You know what? That is actually Kronos saving the start of TSC to relieve that pressure, but he's not helping himself because he could have waited for the perfect moment for one knock and one kill, but that trigger discipline will be to his death, to his grave, I should say. We're down to those two teams, 4v3 situation. TSC under so much pressure, but the smokes are there with that relative high ground.
NDL, this should be theirs with that knock onto Albi, onto Tam. They're ruined, they're distraught again. It is just an NDL to clean them through, but only the pain felt very, very briefly. Is NDL another chicken dinner to their collection? In Tarzan, it feels like NDL coming into this tournament, they've completely changed the way, yes, they were going to play like they said, but to this dominance, we didn't quite think it would be the case.
You know what? Like, I actually think that is very likely, and didn't vote for them because I want to go off meta. I say it already, but what's an amazing performance. And I've done some math before this game either. Like, I've looked at the point average from all those teams. If they got the same amount of average points per day, they can't even touch NDL if NDL doesn't play today. So every team needs to step up their game and outperform themselves and NDL. That is a bit of a tough challenge, but you know what? Bring out the best suit. And anything to say, I don't know, before that one, I think I'm ready for the other four already.
Oh, I'm ready for the other four games. I hope you are too. We'll be a short break away before we jump straight back through on to Miramar next.
So my name is MD Ohidul Islam. My in-game name is Faceless.
My real name is Ptolemy and my nickname is Tora.
My name is Asif Shiraz. My nickname is Shirazi.
For the actual PMNC group stages, we prepared by playing PMNC scrims in that week, that 5 days before.
Since the past 3 years, all of my free time goes to PUBG, and that's the only reason why I'm here today. It's just every time I get some free time, or let's say I have a half an hour break from my work, if I get a half an hour break, those half an hour goes to PUBG. I just play PDMs.
Basically, our squad name is Zenomorto, and it was the first three player. It's Faceless, Respect, and Tora, and then Shirazi Junior and Fahim joined after. But it was like a bunch of friends, like playing classics.
Personal skills. So Fahim, definitely He's the most aggressive player. Yeah, so his skills would be fragging for sure. Faceless, probably the most mindful player. He knows, as an IGL, fellow IGL, he knows when to rotate and things like that, when to actually move.
Obviously, for any team to do good in any tournament, or basically the major quality that a team needs for teamwork is communication. And I think with any team who has good communication with all of their players, let's say one of the players is just going on a different house and he just tells his IGL that, look, I'm going to move from here to here, or I'm moving my vehicle from here to here.
It's really exciting, it's very fast tournament for everyone, like especially for SYRAX Esports, and our team really support us like to the competition, like from the beginning till here. Our team really support us, and it's really exciting to participate in such a good level.
Definitely gonna be Niko Defense League, NDL. They have some of the best players that UK has ever offered, especially Jody and Jaza, and there's some great players, and we always used to look up to them, and now we're playing on the same lobby with them.
Last game of our group stages, because we had to qualify for final, and we definitely need a chicken or something, like at least 15 points to stay in the competition.
I'm here to have fun, same as you, man, but yeah, it's one of us is going down. We'll see who it is.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes, £22,000. Now that's a chicken dinner.
And that's now game 11 in the books, and NDL securing himself another big fat chicken dinner for themselves. Seem like they just can't be stopped, and I think that mathematically speaking, it's pretty much becoming the truth right now. But don't forget, the entirety of the PMNC UK finals here for the 2021 edition is brought to you by Xiaomi. Thanks to them, you can enjoy a super fast and a lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But here we go, Tarzan, that was just a great finish from NDL. The team that you talked about day one, they're just popping off, gaming, game out every single time. Truly gaming, but one part of that game that I found relatively interesting was when they were actually having somewhat of a good synergy with Conqueror in that compound that actually helped out the two teams for some time.
Yeah, and I think it's a very weird thing to think about. Do we fight a team that's sharing the compound? I think you need to predict on the next shift and think about maybe pushing the other team towards where the third party could come in. So that type of weak side third party angles would be a very important consideration here, right? Like we've seen on multiple occasions, maybe in this tournament and in others, teams would just respect that. We'll both just stay away. We'll both not risk it. But I think it's also a pride thing, right? Like NDL say, don't step into my house, right? But they found the perfect time to do it and use the pressure of other teams to maybe make Conqueror really slow down in defending those one or two buildings.
Oh, and I think as well, the fact that not only was it NDL holding in with the help of Conqueror there, you've also got to keep in mind that both of those teams inside the compound, they were stopping those crashes, right? And the fact that a team like TSC ultimately couldn't jump down in, yes, Fear were gatekeeping them, but they couldn't purely just drive over Fear and into the compound itself because there simply was just too many members defending.
Yeah, now looking at our rankings, didn't have time to check out the bottom side, but that's okay. Onto the top side. Strangers, once again, a decent performance coming their way, so great to see the team trying to claw their way out of the bottom 8. And NDL, that's a 25-pointer. It seemed like when they get himself a win is most of the time a double-digit kill count coming their way, so they are looking absolutely set. and we'll see if they can continue once again, because we talked about it, right? If they get more than a 50-point lead before today, it's going to be hard to catch up. They created even more of a lead for themselves. So I think that now NDL have just set the part that if they keep getting even just a small amount of points, they're going to be impossible to catch up against. So we'll see how things are going to go out throughout the next 4 games. But here's the head-to-head, NDL versus TSC Ultimate. And in terms of damage, I'm not really surprised here, Tarzan, by NDL. They had the compound. Just about 2k damage is what I was really expecting.
Yeah, it's in a way, shouldn't say boring, but it's really textbook, and it's with the ability and experience of the team. It's given, and they are expected to deliver. But on the other side, you can see TSC is not the same. Like, they were the team that loved dropping towards middle to power. So that rotation and battle through that eastern side really is showing the progression of the team. I gave them the honorary mention. They were actually the team that I picked for this game, and they were really showing it. It was almost going wrong due to the potential 1v4 from Farah from SYRAX Esports, but they really held the position after all.
Really wondering who's going to be the MVP, because we had Jody for day 2 was the MVP, Euphoria was the MVP once again for NDL into day 1. Might see Raucus. If we have like a grand slam for NDL in terms of MVP per day, that would be a great thing to see. But Athis too doing some pretty good heavy lifting job on his side of things. And now we're looking at our top 5 players in terms of damage output. And Tamtam really pulled his weight for TSC. And as you mentioned there, Tarzan, he did a really good amount of work onto the eastern side. And that eastern side control from TSC was huge for the team, I would say, Highland.
I think definitely was a massive impact through from Raucus and through from Jody here from NDL. But I think to an extent that actually for the rest of NDL, it's a game back to the fact that they are a full-on team. And even if Raucus does get caught out rotating away from the rest, they immediately take cover and just actually are able to rely on the rest of their squad to defend. And that's the beautiful part, taking down IND. And they just could completely immediately switch targets and to make sure that yes, we can still be taken by TSC Ultimate from behind. Raucus we trust to cover, and we're going to have him trust us to take that solo player from behind.
Yeah, trust is going to be very important, of course, coming into these games, but I'm also going to trust the opinion of the community to see if they got themselves some points. Not gonna lie, I did forget what they voted for, so we'll see if they got it right. But no, they took a big fat L, and that's a W for us. It's a team game once again on the desk, so thank you, Tarzan, for allowing us to get ourselves an extra point, because if you guys did not maybe look at day 1, day 2, day 1 was won by the community, day 2 was won by us, so far is 1-1, and we'll see after today who's going to be taking the win on our side, which unfortunately means no code. Tarzan, I hope you're feeling proud, man. No code, man. That's your fault.
Hey, you know what? Like, I can't win everything, right? We can't win everything, and that was actually I'm pretty happy. You know, not just for the fact that we've won that round. It's TSC. They played like we expected them to, and we're waiting for these teams to play in a way that they're ready to fight anytime. Adaptability. Oh, it came this way. Neutral fight appear, and they just take it. You know, and dealing with what's in front of them was just a great way. The way that they played really deserved the spot right now at the 2nd place.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think it was just great to see, especially with that type of game, Highland, when you're looking at it, when you have such a central compound, there's not much to really play around. Your main focus should be on, we must find the next best position to fight from. And that was what TSC was trying to do. And that's why they took that fight versus Fear. And really, that's the main focus, is when you don't have a compound, find the next best position. They did it, and it did result in a 2nd place. So it seemed like that actually did work out.
I mean, it worked out. It almost didn't. I think had Strangers not been there in the back end of that fight, Fear, we were looking at probably a 1v4.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we'll see how that's going to be potentially coming out for the next game, as now we're going to have a look at the overall rankings, and we can see a big jump here for Triple Esports. They were relatively silent at the end, but still 99 coming their way, and that's what we mentioned also earlier, right, Highland, is there was only, I believe, a 22-point difference.
Yes.
I don't know if it's you or Tarzan that brought it up, but like a 22-point difference between a lot of the teams at the top. So Triple really able to capitalize on that and get himself ahead by a significant margin here, Tarzan.
Now, I think they are expected to do that, like especially when they were Courage Esports in group stage, and with those 300 or so points coming in, we have huge expectations. And seems like the prediction was also correct, that like Group A has a lot to bring onto the table, and Triple Esports I feel like they haven't really targeted, you know, when it comes to prepping against these teams. And I think that is why it's such a slow start. We're expecting them to be on the top, and they've got some more games to prove themselves.
Yeah, they're going to try and build up some a little bit more momentum exponentially. hopefully that's going to be the case for them going into this. And we can see the very first game of the day won by NDL. But it's very important to say, because Highland, when we look at day 1, when we look at day 2, NDL won 2 games and they were both on Miramar. They're going back on Miramar once again. Can they be the only team with 4 wins so far? I mean, so far they're the only team with 3 wins, if I'm not mistaken. So do you think this is a possibility? We see our very first back-to-back happening by NDL.
I think it is possible, potentially. They maybe pull out what Courage or now, of course, TRG Esports took with those 4 games. I think maybe they could muster it. They're certainly on a tear when it comes to that leaderboard. However, I think that we're going to see once more that kind of final push from those lower end teams to really just, with so few games left, know that, well, we're not going to really do anything by playing safe, but we can risk it and go for those kills. And with that little bit of an extra shove, they maybe grab themselves those kills, they maybe take away some of those spots and maybe even upset NDL along the way.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, upsetting NDL, I think that everyone will be happy with it. I mean, potentially not Tarzan. You know, he's pretty advocate of them potentially getting himself some good games. But at the end, no, we also need some big level teams for the UK to try and make it to the PMPL. It seems like NDL is the most ready for that kind of level of gameplay. But we'll also see if everyone at home right now is ready for another community voting segment. Once again, if you don't know how it works, if you're on Twitch or YouTube and you want to support one of your, or if not your favorite team, enter the hashtag of your team in the chat and you will be entering a vote for them to show a little bit more community support coming their way. If you want to vote for Xeno Tactics, there's going to be hashtag XT in the chat and you'll have 1 vote going in. Ireland, it's your turn to go first this time around. What team will take your interest this time?
It's a hard one. I'm thinking more towards... I think I'm going to go towards Fear this time. I feel that when it comes to Miramar, I think that the best results came through from them there, and I said they were stepping up. I've got to show some confidence, right, towards them. I mean, I did say they were improving. I should probably vote for them at least once.
Okay, fair enough. You know, I'm going to go for NDL. I said it. I would like to see just 1 back-to-back actually happen in this PMNC finals. So I'm going to go with NDL this time around. I don't know if I stole the NDL pick away from Tarzan. What are you going to go towards, mate?
You know what? Like, I was pondering. You know what? I was going to say I'm not going to pick NDL anymore. I feel like it's almost cheating, but you have your reasons. I need to find my reason, and I'm going to pick Conqueror UK actually. And the sole reason being, I've been so harsh on them based on their drop location, how they're not making use of some advantage from Hacienda del Patron from day 1, and they completely fixed that in day 2. I hope they can continue that in day 3 and to be rewarded for it. So Conqueror UK will be my choice this game.
Okay, well, we're going to have a little bit more time for the community votes to actually come on through. But I have actually a question for you, Highland. I find very interesting. You can take your time to answer. You can even answer later on in the game if you want. In your eyes, Highland, when you're looking at all the teams, because you did the group stage, was Group A, Group B, what team or set of teams do you think have been able to improve the most reaching the finals?
I think definitely the likes of Fear, one of those who have improved, Team Savage, who have improved the most. I think also to an extent Conqueror, one of the other ones that have really improved. The 4th team, I would actually argue, is also TSC Ultimate. I think these handful of squads have improved them. I think, yes, the most, but they've also surpassed the expectations of those above them coming out of the group stage, right? Where the likes of Triple, the likes here of SYRAX have actually fallen down, even Excuse Me as well, in these finals.
Okay, how about yourself, actually, Tarzan? Which teams really piqued your interest in terms of them improving from group stage into the finals?
TSC Ultimate, 100%.
TSC Ultimate?
I think it's just like not just through group stage, but carrying that over into finals and having that consistent growth, like almost through the tournament. So I just can't say otherwise. It's so hard to maintain like as it is, and to have a rough start and to not grieve each other and go downhill, that is even harder to do. And you know what, like, it makes me feel like I want to change my vote towards them. I don't know whether that's okay. I'm gonna ask the producers.
Okay, that's fine.
That's actually another reason to it. Conqueror UK played the last game as a trio. I'm not sure whether they're going to get their fourth if they haven't. And then that can be really tough.
In Conqueror, and then you're like just breaking it by like, okay, Conqueror, no more.
Hey, you know what? Like, I just forgot about that one piece of very scientific fact, man. Like, think about the situation where, like, Farah almost 1v4. We cannot underestimate the power of that one player, right? But this time around, very interesting. I think the math is messing up my head right now. I'm gonna let you take this, Max.
Yeah, I think the math is a little all over the place, this one. But it seemed like the team understood that NDL is kind of the team to go for, and they're going to be following me on that regard. TRG, even though we did say we would like to potentially see them try and get some better results, we only got 4 more games coming through. It would be good to see them potentially try and scratch a little bit the top of the top 8 in the overall rankings. We'll see how things are going to come on through, but that's it. We're going to be now entering our first Miramar of the day. We only have 2 more of that map, so better watch while you still can. And really, we had a lot of expectations for some teams to see how they can try and work around it. So Miramar's now going to be on the board for these teams to try and potentially... I mean, we're not going to lie, Highland. First place you know is going to be, right? NDL, now that NDL is going to be up there. Now this is a fight for second place, I would say. What do you think?
I think, yeah, it's going to take something pretty beautiful for the rest of these teams, even those particularly on the top, like TSC Ultimate. I think the only real other contender that can, if any, challenge NDL for that top spot. They also came up second in that first match, but it does feel very much like NDL they're going to roll away with today, and I think that we could be seeing them as the second PMPL representative for the UK region. I also think, though, that in contention of those prize money, but it actually is going to come down to, again, how willing the rest of these lower placed teams are going to be to just put it all on the table and say, we're going to go all guns blazing and take these kills like NDL are doing and try to take as much as we can off of the rest of these teams in the lobby.
Hey, if you know you're not going to be first at the end, you can go out with a bang. That's fine too. Try and make a little bit of a statement and potentially never know, might have an Org later on down the line pick you up. But Tarzan, they're important because you said you wanted to change your vote, okay?
Yeah.
And because of that, you actually had to give something away. I'm sorry to say, man, you had to give something away. So you had a code because you won earlier, got yourself a vote that was right, but now your code has been taken away from your grasp and now given to the community. So we should be having a code pop at the bottom of your screen. That is Tarzan's code, but no more. Now it's the community's code. So it feels bad, man. Feel free to enter it in game to get yourself some good old loot. Right now, it is a parachute. Let me check my screen. I believe it is. This code should be working for a parachute. Yes, that is it. So if you want yourself the PMNC limited parachute, feel free to enter the code in game right now and you'll get it. Tarzan, I'm sorry, man. It's the rules. You changed your team. You'll have to surrender your code away. We're going to take a little bit more time before actually game 2 does begin on Miramar. So we talk about some teams we're hoping to see. We'll see if they're going to be able to actually get themselves the win. We'll see if also we'll have some underdogs actually surprise us in this second game of the day. That's it for me right now. I'm going to go for a little bit of a break. I'm going to kick my feet up and I'll let you 2 beautiful gentlemen take game 2 on Miramar away.
Oh, game 2, back onto the desert dunes here, Tarzan. I love it when we jump over that plane path. Another northern one here, going to be above those crater fields, El Pozzo, all the way down there, as you can see, to Los Higos. And we saw, I think, now everything when it comes to these plane paths, when it comes to these zone GS. But now, as we mentioned, comes to these adaptations, comes to who's willing to be as aggressive as possible. But I don't think generally when it comes to Miramar, just aggressive in kills. I think also the positioning, something really important, that we can determine how aggressive a team are being.
Yeah. And you know what? Very interesting to see this playing path once again. Very Western. And it actually allows so many teams to go to their favorite spot. But we will see a bit of a repeat on that northeastern side because Team Savage and TRG Direction both look extremely lost when they couldn't go to Tor Ahumada and Campo Militar respectively. Those were the drop, and they have some scrappy fights early on that led to a very terrible mid game, and this severely underlooted as well. So the rest of the map, they've done their homework. I hope they have something worked out. But these two teams, they must have talked about this, right? So let's see how round 2 is going to go on that side, and splitting a little bit. Going towards Oasis seems to be the way to go for the side of Team Savage. Yes, you know what? It could be a surprise drop, but if people know that's what you're doing, it's going to take a little bit of work to get out of that position.
I feel like you just can't criticize it, though, Tarzan, because we actually get to see Team Savage in Oasis. It might just be the first time we get to see Oasis in a very long time on Miramar. This central zone, though, does feel like we're going back towards that first day, that very first Miramar game, where it was completely centered around Picardo, and actually how NDL were able to control Picardo, something very interesting in the fact that actually a lot of those teams didn't rotate so early on, and I think we'll see that change. I think we'll see a little bit more aggression, of course, because it is a final day. Teams maybe just have nothing to lose realistically here. But I also feel that teams do need to be careful on that entrance in, because there is a lot of positions in that road acting as a moat. It really makes it so difficult to enter on into that hill itself. As Most Wanted feeling already such a difficult early game for them. Hype going to confirm the first knock away.
I think that is the issue with some sort of prediction, because SYRAX is an Impala team. They couldn't get to the spot that they want, but then Most Wanted was so used to not being contested around their drop that is huge split around La Bandita and the side of Minas Generalis. So they need to suddenly face a little bit of a contention. Like, you know what? Like, SYRAX didn't plan for this. Like, I think they just wanted to go to Impala, and now that they didn't, this becomes a game of adaptation, quick comms, and then that reaction time.
Still, SYRAX, they will confirm that one. Hype will be shut down before the smoke and the revive can take place. So, effective use there. They actually do find a knock with that trigger down on into the first player of Most Wanted, and also do confirm the kill. That was very crucial, because I think had they got away, then you go for the knock, you give away the position where you are currently, and actually you don't find anything for it. So, actually, good work through from SYRAX to confirm the first point of the game. Is as well towards half the end of the pass on. Interesting, excuse me, the way that they play this as well, Tarzan, very passive in the sense that they don't take control of more of that high ground earlier on, seeing as they actually are so close to it, unlike a lot of these other squads.
I think you're not wrong. Like, based on how they've been rotating, they don't want to charge right up there. Maybe there's just so many teams who could get to there around the same time. IND on their western side around Power Grid. Then we've got Triple, who can always come up from Picado. But you know what? It's still early in the game, so let's see whether they've changed that plan. Looting phase is still there. We've got 20 odd seconds before we have that blue zone closing. TSC once again not contested in Monte Nuevo. And the start of Xenotactic is actually, I shouldn't say doing better. That's a bit of a guess, because they actually played today as a full squad as opposed to mostly a trio yesterday, and they dared to drop into El Pozo, and I actually appreciate that. The first time around they tried that, they got punished heavily. 3 teams were there, they drifted away, got killed anyway, and they went for somewhere else, but they came back with some confidence, knowing that there's still a chance that there will be competitors around that city early on, but they went there early anyway. So that will be a great area for them to control. They just need to know how to get out and how to use the position advantage of the city to control the mid game.
But as well, to talk about Triple here, Tarzan, they're moving out of Picado. You could see them there on that map and on our screens. But to actually an extent, Triple, we gained a problem of not rotating out early enough where we could control those hillsides. And for Triple, I feel that's a very important factor for them. Even more important than it is for, excuse me, in half the end of the pattern, because getting out of this position where there are going to be a lot of these teams with that first phase zone moving in on top of you, you find yourself very quickly surrounded.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the VODs. I think right now, this pure information from drop locations will not be as important. Yes, that is, of course, like decently important. Is about what compounds a particular team like to take when it comes to a particular type of shift, and that is an extra level of preparation that I know, based on communication with some players, they just don't really have the time or the ability in a way to do. It's a team's homework that you cannot avoid if you want to be the best in this game. If you don't want to put that time in, then have the best habits when it comes to scouting and all that stuff. Conqueror UK really did this as a trio, but that will be the opening not coming through, but that's also the trade.
That is the trade all in. Conqueror lose 1, Triple lose 1, but Snowboy holds off. They walk back inside. Now Reznov and Aphis, they are holding it for the meanwhile. Aphis chucks the grenade on in. We'll find one no from the rest of Conqueror. No. And Aphis now down inside. Reznov outside. Snowboy taking the roof. They're looking for the aggressive positioning. But the rest of Triple B enter on in. They do not want to be caught in unaware on underground of Miramar, but they might just down the cells in a 1v1 against Snowboy anyways. Naz does spot them. Snowboy's position now very well known, abstract on the back foot. Aphis as well, looking for what could be a beautiful grenade, does challenge Snowboy. A second one being cooked on him. Will it be quick enough before the first aid kit goes through? No, it will not, and he does get away Reznov as well on the backside. But here to jump down. Reznov as well. Chucks another. Aphis onto Danoka.
And that is just so tricky. Like, Danoka needs to find the best spot to support, but that will be him getting knocked, coming in to support his teammates. No, but the last one standing. We've seen him done crazy things before, but this will need to be a lot more.
Oh, and Aphis finds a shots on. Finally, to that extra one. Conqueror completely eliminated. And Conqueror, just as you mentioned, maybe they have struggled. I mean, maybe that was that prediction. You changed their results. Well, you said they weren't going to get that top 3, Tarzan. You might have actually hurt them a little bit. You might have hurt them in the heart a little bit there, Tarzan. And I think that's also why we probably fell down. I mean, you got to have the confidence. You got to have the confidence to stay, you know?
Hey, listen, like, when you can't play it as a full team, like, you can't really blame me for that. And secondly, when there's so many compounds for you to pick around where the drop spot is, pick somewhere that allows you an out and have a very defined, strength as well. And they just allow another team to come in as, without punishment as well. So that is their own mistake, as we see an extended fight basically between the side of SYRAX and Most Wanted. Most Wanted will be tested, and that's actually opening not coming through. They don't want to lose this. This time is going to be a 3 versus 3.
Hardman as well. William being behind the edge of Lab and D3. Know that they are getting surrounded though, Tarzan, and this is a problem. This is where you want to have that way out, rightly so, especially as the second zone rotates in.
And you know what? Like, this is the important time. I always say pre-shift preparation. You need to talk about it. You need to already have your options, hopefully positioned to get that info that can inform that decision already. We'll have the shift to go back to the central belt a little bit with that. And Monty Hill, should I say, the one between Monty and Power Grid to be in dead center is not going to be easy to control that. And whoever wants to do that needs to have it well thought out.
And I love as well that side note Most Wanted as well, rotating around Labendita Crater so we don't get caught by an extra push through from SYRAX as that zone does close in inside the ball. And I think this is a small sort of things that you want just to note, that moving it into that zone, it makes it slightly safer for Most Wanted. The other position where we did actually see Oma, a resultantly positioned into walls, actually, it's a beautiful. They are trying to defend it right now. It's also TSC. They are the ones inside that position. And around Power Grid, this series of buildings is very tricky to actually push on into because of the fact that they are on what is effectively a moat. In those hills, they all come up into the buildings itself.
Hey, you know what? I feel like I talked about this before. Like, one of my favorite spots around there is P on Power Grid, and TSC took it. I picked them for the right reason. IND need to hold the push, though. Triple will continue with their wrath. This about time because we've been waiting.
Abstract, just way too early. Reznov as well. Now gonna get knocked. They go for the first, so we need to reload. They got too aggressive. Athos and Naz, they close in together, and they do confirm the kill on through. IND now will look for themselves a new strategy going into game number 3. But more importantly, I think there is this extra push coming through that Triple really respecting here, that they have to really not take this fight.
You know, IND also just took this split, like, devices here alone. There's no support plan in place. He has to do all these stuff, and so, really want to get that thirst because he knows, like, he just needs to do everything by himself in that situation. It can almost be seen as a bit of a greedy thirst. He could have made a 1v3 or even 4, but I do respect the effort. After all, he almost just tore down the side of Triple by himself.
He has torn down the side of Triple. I mean, to an effect, they're now a duo. They've got another team looking over them of Team Savage, and actually, this is a very tricky thing for them to defend because they don't have those numbers. And actually, Team Savage, they can do exactly what the rest of Triple just did to that solo player and actually rotate around him.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, it's going to be a bit more saturated now. Everyone's done a little bit of rotation and scouting, and FIA Esports will, opting for a bit of a slower one off that western edge because they made that adaptation, right? They dropped on NDL in the first ever Miramar game, then went all the way to Ruins. You don't want to join that party no more. But they need to find a way in though, because to cross these landscape, that these big junctions that separate El Paso, Monte Nuevo, and Power Grid is not easy without some good scouting.
As well, Most Wanted on the edge, all of Picaro as well. Every single team, I think, not really as hesitant here to move in onto the hills, but still hesitant enough that they don't want to go all the way to the top, right? And I think there is still avenues to do so, considering the triple, also the are the other squad, they do have control of that hill. And the fact that there is multiple options in to rotate to that area, I think that actually is a beautiful position in this central zone coming through from I&D and Power Grid. However, I do concern myself that the fact they are very split. They lost an extra member, and I think they only have 2 players remaining to try control what is going to be that central building.
And you know what? Whether it's duo or trio, I just don't like the way that they're holding Power Grid. Power Grid is so hard to hold when you're holding that side. You can hide your car or whatnot, but there's no way to stop some other teams to come in and share that spot with you, right? So you can see the side of Team Savage and StrangersBD coming in from the northern side. No way to stop it anyway. And Most Wanted will need to come in. Like, from this tip is so hard with basically a sandwich situation. Extended fight as well. Sever can't find his little bit to protect himself. Kosti from high ground will strike for excuse me.
Still though, excuse me, I think what is a very aggressive 2-2 split coming through from them. You've got 2 in the backside, still edging over triple. You've got 2 in the front, now taking down an extra 1 of Most Wanted. I mean, it is all down just to the fact that the positioning of these teams not quite there. And again, the tactics, they find themselves caught out of position in the open. NDL, they strike down their own series of kills in this game, suddenly find themselves into the mid game, and NDL, they wake up, and here's when you start to give kills over to them. They really ramp up. Junior now not going to put a grenade over the top, will just keep the rest at bay. The first one confirmed through, and then now don't even have the rest of their team, but they don't need it, Tarzan, because Euphoria, and here also now, looks like eventually Euphoria going down, but Jody of the backside does come in. That support is there. Jaja does find it. A third now knock to Zeta Tactics. We said he didn't need that support to still find the knocks anyways. In respect, who does find one, but we just can't find the rest. NDL now wiping out Zeta Tactic once more. And I just feel almost sorry for them, Zeta Tactics, in this tournament. But 7 points, I mean, come on, I mean, Sons of Odin, they've only got 51 points, to be fair, but the fact that you can only pick up 7?
I think that's something internal within the team as well. It could be team dynamics that lead to, supposedly almost a 6-man roster to always playing as a trio. Someone could be argument, I don't know. There's something that's really shaken these players to their core that really stop them from playing at their best ability, not even close to best, I would say, because we've seen them play. Yes, they are quite reserved, but there are so many ways to at least get double-digit points, right? And sometimes it's the sight that you have not done well, or at the bottom that continue to lead you down that downward spiral. So you know what? Like, if you don't have the ability to withstand that, I don't care if you have the best mechanics in the world, you will not be able to, withstand what the scene will put upon you. Like, when you have the ability, the responsibility, and the expectations will be more, those type of mental skills will be a huge part of your qualities, as we see the side of Most Wanted needing to get a way up because they saw some pressure coming from that high ground, but they need to find a spot in. SYRAX also need to do the same. So Most Wanted need to care for enemies on really 2 sides right now.
Most Wanted ideally do make that rotation in towards the edge of the ridgeline. They do find themselves some protection just as SYRAX approach the compound they sat in behind. But for SYRAX, and I think a lot here, NDL, OMA, it's going to be tricky rotations. I think for NDL, we trust that they'll make it, but it could be not the case, as OMA do find themselves in an advantage. NDL, they are in the blue. They now have Euphoria knocked, and Euphoria will find the extra grenade back on in, as it did finally cook itself through. And Supreme also goes down a little bit too aggressive for them. They get a 1-for-1 trade, but they made the revive, they'll come back in.
You know what? This is time to test whether to fight or not. Also, the map knowledge around Power Grid. I actually personally spent at least 3-4 hours in the past in coaching to find out every single dip that's strong around Power Grid, right on that G. They're just free coaching, right? Find that G. Okay, and there is a spot right beneath it that can be extremely strong, but NDL is supposed to be strong as well. They came in, they were a little bit not careful, or should I say well set up by the other team. Down to one player right now. NDL would need to do it for Max.
NDL, Jaja on the solo play, moving on in, is very tricky. I mean, yes, he picked up 5 kills. Yes, they're a squad that, of course, is going to be kill heavy, and Jaja's still not afraid to make that. But in this situation, we questioned if NDL could get those placement points. Coming into the day, they had 55. They wasn't the most, but they certainly did improve from day one's placements overall. I now question if they can really step up as that solo player and grab those placement points once more.
You know what, but this type of landscape though, Highland Wolf, if you've got a vehicle, if you've got that game sense, and you just know the map well to find those 1 or 2 dips underneath the big rock, you can make it through. So I think I still have faith in NDL in this one. It's just really upon that one player, but this type of skirmish will be tested. 2 teams who are known for their fighting skills triple now against, in a pretty nice compound.
And Prada and Costi stepping up. I mean, when you talked about the PMPL, you want to see them really step up, try to make it back alongside here. Also, Albert and Biggie. Albert making the flank rotation, trying to be a little bit sneaky here. As Aphis was caught, goes down with the molly, and the help of Albie will confirm the first initial knock. The burning just a little bit too much. Costi now moves in. It's only a solo of Naz. They do try to burn up Albert, but it's not going to be enough. They do run upstairs, but only surely to their death. Costi does not find it though. They go in for the solo play. He finds it, and it's just a poor, I think, performance here from losing one unnecessarily. Now Biggie walking on in. Grenade pushes him back down. And actually for Naz, they do defend well for now, but can they defend anymore? They go outside. It was a little bit too much. I think it would have been better to try stay inside and just hope they could have defended more.
You know what, there's one player that they didn't need to lose, but the aggressiveness is there. They would actually just wrap it up. It's about time. Anyway, they need to move in, and with, in one of the strongest positions on this map, in this circle, we really expect them to deliver, because we've seen many teams now at different level of experience who are able to hold down a very OP spot, right? And that is, even from game 1 on Erangel by IND, they ended day 1 in first place. This is time for them to bounce. They did basically horribly yesterday. So this is time for them to test, and the only most important ability that you need to have is trigger discipline from this power position.
Still, it will be example here inside that center, and that ridgeline really crucial for them. I think that it's going to be those few buildings protecting them for now. Fear as well. Those ridgelines protect them, but instead against strangers inside power grid, is it still be the 1-2-3 split coming through from strangers? The support as well finally here as rest of Fear arrive, but you can see that there's everyone around them, and even now TRG wants some, but maybe they don't, because they lose one. They go for the 1-for-1 trade. It's now Nexus and Evil going in onto a second. G9 will also fall. Nate quickly in on top, but Nexus has to dip back down, going very low to shots, barely not executing.
And you know what, this is the spot that we're talking about. There's some leeway for them to play around, but constant third party can come through from those huge rocks from center zone. And that Strange is actually still down to 2 players, 2 of them gone though. It was a really scrappy fight, and it's just going to get busier. More teams approaching on this northwestern side, but it's inevitable.
The zone is well approaching in Tarzan. You can see it coming in as was pushing these players in on towards us together. Strangers, they lose now. G9 once more. Golden Boy is all over for them. Fear do confirm the final one. 4 kills for them. Can they confirm Nexus? Yes, they do. Can they confirm the rest of TRG, though? There is still 1 remaining. Farah did go very low, but finally it is going to be the flush through. TRG going to be eliminated, and Fear up to 5 kills. kills already. And I mean, we said it was strong on Miramar. I said it was strong on Miramar. Credit to myself here. A little bit of spotlight, but they still have a ways to go because this is very open. And actually, for here example, they can control everyone. As you can see right now, doing against, excuse me, another one of them falling down.
Oh, this is such an OP spot, and actually extremely disappointed that they've only got 1 kill right now. They either didn't have a good distribution when it comes to that task, who's watching what angle, or they would just have a really poor time upon opening fire. How can you not get some kills? But you know what? I would give them benefit of the doubt. I would just say other players know their weak side better now to not give them those kills. But this circle is where they should shine. But Sons of Odin will be needing to push away TSC first. TSC up to 6 kills right now.
2 easy in a row. Renee, can it finish them all through? A second on top. A molly for a triple. Can they execute them down? They burn them all low to make it a 3. Tam runs over the Odin squad, and ultimate, they are the prime gods of the sky. SYRAX here now also going to double up onto, excuse me, Biggie blowing up. They're also the final member of, excuse me, falling down to their ground on flat to their knees. Is unfortunately, excuse me, so low for them, but Prada, there's nowhere to go here. Tarzan icy in behind, and I think at this point for that final player, for Prada, it's just about survival. It's about don't move, don't make any sound cues, and just hope that everyone else falls down before you.
And it's about, getting cover fire as well. There's still a good amount of teams that need to get into here. So it's about those basics from cover fire, entering, and then a little bit of baiting, as well as just extreme map knowledge. There's certain very OP spots around this, like huge rock that you can survive as a solo. But that will be, the side of example team needing to hold down TSC. They want to breach, and if they can't come in, they don't find a spot in the circle.
An example as well, they find that crucial knock. That's what stops TSC Ultimate from moving in. Finally, Broughty moves, but late to the party, it's Thea who smacked them down. The molly almost catching him, but he does evade capture for now, as well as Alfie does move in, was revived. He also most wanted. They want some of the action, but Captain says no. Captain putting it down onto Hardman. Hardman back onto healing. Back up to 75%. Kind Boy as well. Inside. Steps back out. Tries to go for the cover. But keep in mind, TSC Ultimate still here. B2 is a 3-way fight.
And this is going to be so tricky. Once again, they don't have the circle. This is huge for FE Esports. They just need to buy their time, and third party, everyone who's trying to come in the circle, those knocks cannot happen upon them, and Hardman's to trying to get points for most wanted. And this is going to be so scrappy. These 20 seconds are crucial when it comes to talking about the plan when the circle really comes in. And this is going to be so hard. This is the time when you think about, have I protected my vehicles? Have I used my smokes well? Have we set it up? Is this the right time? All those shall be answered by the player's plays.
In the fact, also, the example team, they lost through initially Icy and that knock. They were able to get a revive. That was crucial. But more importantly, the Fear as well. They lost a knock through to TSC Ultimate. And that's what's slowing them on that control in the zone. They weren't found. They maybe take 2 down. They do. They find Icy is disaster for example team. But Scythe cleans everything through, and SYRAX very happy with that engagement.
You know what? That is the patience coming through, but there's such a huge distance to cover, though. On the other side, the fight breaks on the southern edge.
Still example, they're moving up. They still 2 players remaining. But TSC Ultimate, they are here. There's still 4 players. They got 9 kills already. Naked now 10. They'll confirm a third of example. But TSC on the front side. Broughty, Bilal, they're done. They're kaput. Tam has to pull off the miracle. He has to pull off another 1v3 play. But Kind Boy, they step over the top. They're trying their best, but it's not enough. Tam once again comes up clutching, walk through the smoke. Albie as well with the rest of the support onto TSC. Hardman on the backside could pull off something of a disrespect, could pull off something of a disappointment. But will they just heal, or will they go for that flush?
And that is so important. Use every single one of your first aid to just buy some time to enter when it's least expected. The Esports really, really blessed by the zone here. And it's about them having a good split, thinking about those angles and a beautiful volley to end safe run as well. But Tam is losing patience. That's Cable to get them to third place.
And the fact that he had the ridgeline, the Cable, is so hard because the lower end of the ridgeline means the Cable is protected. They find Farah as well, and down inside the final 3 teams, SYRAX may be a solo, but they're certainly not out. Tarzan Dragon now comes up for the support, joined by the extra support of the final member of Fear. But it's a 3v1 situation. They hold back. They know that the zone is coming in. They go for the revive. TSC ultimate. Albi, they're moving in. They want the flush. They want to try find a kill. Albi, they're stepping up over the ridgeline. Do they step up? Yes, they find it. Cable straight back down. Underneath. Back down. Turn attention towards Fear. It's a final 2. But Fear are up to 6. TSC ultimate, they're in double digits of kills.
You know what? Fear is done with second places. They want to come in and take what they didn't get yesterday. That is the strong. It's those tires. It's those little bit of space beneath. Bilau's trying to strike. He almost takes it. There's the trade slowly coming through. That will be a peak to be stopped by the side of Dragon. But it's still the numbers advantage going over to Fear. But every position is known by the side of TSC.
And TSC, they know that, but they also are known to Fear. And they find the extra pop on through. And Army, there's nothing left with a blue zone. It's too much damage. They fall down Fear. They take the victory. And rightly so, they look pretty darn smug because that was a clean flush through towards the end.
You know what? Not every day do you get blessed by the zone, but able to end it in the high note. That was a great play from the Esports. I really feel like the team could have some chance, to keep, this type of wrath through it. Like, it's amazing to see both them and TSC come in stronger and, a bit of a change. And I don't know how is it like when it comes to the math, but if TSC can go all the way up, could they potentially challenge NDL if they haven't been getting as many points? So I don't know about that. What do you think?
I think that for Fear, it's still going to be pretty darn impossible for them because they didn't have that standout second position in the first game with the 1v4. Maybe they hope they had with Farah, but we can still rise up in that overall leaderboard. And as well, we are still rising through onto Sanhok. Still 3 more games to go, so do not go anywhere.
My name is Yuvraj. My in-game name is TSUV.
My name is Hatan. My nickname is TSX.
So my name is Ruchit. My nickname is TS Paraboy, and I play for Team Savage.
We play a few TDMs and we play scrims time to time, and we are really to build a team synergy for all 4 players.
Yeah, same. I play TDM with friends and some classic on my free time. One of my team in my team, he was my friend, and he invited me to play PMNC.
I guess let's start with TSX Rupo. He is I say he's the player who has the most experience with scrims or competitive with TSX UV, because they both have for a real long time. And TSX Paraboy, he's a good player overall, but he sometimes makes mistakes because he's new to Tipsy.
We have to do hard work and teamwork to get victory. I'm proud of myself to play PMNC in final. Team IND Cancer Brothers. It was like a 2v4 and me and Shadow pushed, and yeah, I was about to do 1v3, but he killed me. But yeah, good luck and best of luck to everyone.
I try to play aggressive, but two of our players they have lackings of experience, so I find some difficulties in the matches. So that's why we are like down in the bottom of the table now. But I'll try to come back. Because our culture is Asian culture, so most of the Asian culture, they prefer team. Basically, I follow BTR and I follow Ryzen, Zaxi, and most of the time now I follow like Team Zeus. I follow them. Godless, Leo. I follow those players. Those are my favorite players for now. I follow their skills, how they take the fights. I never tried with the music, but I focus only with the gun sound, like how the gun is sounding, or how is my spray. So I prefer like spray or gun spray sound, and most probably I prefer M4 with 4x spray sound. That's good, nice, or suppressor sometimes. Past day was very, very, very happy moment, because after 2 games, after 3 games, we get back-to-back chicken dinner. So our expectation was very high, but unfortunately, other 10 games is not that much good. But we hope we can come back again, and we'll try our best. Basically, it's a long story. So I get in esports playing. I create a team in Europe. Then basically I used to play classic matches with my teams. Then I saw my performance is going better day by day. Then I saw PUBG is getting more. PUBG is giving more opportunities to the official tournament. Then I registered there. So slowly I get into the competitive scenario. For the fans, I have to say, pray for us all the time. Is sometimes it's happen, up and downs happens, but don't leave us, like don't hate us. And more than fans, I have lots of haters. That's the truth. So for haters, I don't have to say nothing.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
And that's our first Miramar of the day in the books. We've got one more remaining later on down the line, so you better stick around for that one. But what a game it has been for FIT Esports. Silent Walk, you've been saying many big things and good things about the team, and they're finally able to secure themselves a win. But also, don't forget to potentially secure yourself a Redmi Note 10 5G. Thanks to Xiaomi that supported the entirety of this PMNC. Thanks to them, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience. Thanks to Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But yeah, as I said, great to see from FIT here, but especially the one thing I think that set this team so ahead of the rest was the map knowledge they had, especially around that position where, example, we're playing Tarzan. That is what allowed them to get to the late game.
Yeah, I think actually it was a joy to see that they happened to took a spot that I mentioned on stream beforehand to say that is one of the strongest spots if they don't get priority to those high ground, and they really just have so much patience when teams slowly come in and apply pressure from a very reactive way that eventually turned that into a chicken dinner. That was a great play, and I think that is also a really good example to one way to study the game, guys. Like sometimes we talk about mechanics and all that stuff. You really need to start working on your mentality as well as your map knowledge, and to really pick some spots according to where the alphabets are actually a very good way.
And I think as well, to be fair, that around power grids, you can see the strength and the control through, I think particularly from the side of Fear on all of those teams coming out, right? They were positioning themselves in a way that, yes, they weren't inside the compound. Had it gone to that end of the zone, it might have been slightly trickier to come in, but they played it right in the sense that they didn't go in because actually it came the other way around. And that's why they were able just to capitalize on all of the teams coming downhill. They had that first peak advantage and they were able to strike the surprise onto the Vixens.
Yeah, and you know what? It's a really tough circle, I have to say. You need to always think about how to get an opening to fight for the next edge, and that is one of the hardest things. Like, if your team's not confident, that decision-making process is incredibly slow, right? And you would be suddenly reacting to something that you're not prepared instead of being ahead of the game.
And even here, the fact that NDL struggling in this match as well, I think that this was the game, if anything, that I think TSE Ultimate as a team behind them, they had to take this win, right, if they wanted to catch up. I think because actually, even though NDL fell down, but yes, yeah, they came up strong, but they aren't as close to the rest of their competitors. Also, in the standings, it potentially still this saves NDL, right? And it can still be comfortable in the sense that they are very far ahead of everyone else.
And you know what? Like, I think that is a very important point about NDL. Like, it's about your comparative, experience and level to the lobby, right? We know they're strong, we know they're experienced, but I feel like that bit of rotation is quite disrespectful. I know they're playing the edge style based on their drop and they're slowly coming in, but you're getting to a very unforgiving type of landscape where you can't really go through via brute force. I think there must be a better way to enter that other than just crashing all in, and Sons of Odin actually did severe damage to that team and taking away their chance to continue with their victory and dominating performance.
Yeah, certainly there, SYRAX putting up pain, but it all came down to, I think, the fact that Cable was initially able to find down Tam. That confirmed through, made it so difficult. Yes, he knocked one onto the rest of Fear, but Fear, they were much closer together, so we were able to find that revive, and by the time TSC, they were able to finish through Fear, they actually, as a result, only had 2 players left. That extra knock onto Dragon meant that Albi, there was nothing to be done, and he just had to fall down.
Look, I don't know what you guys think, but I think the MVP might just be Tam. He was just nutty from start to finish that game, got a triple kill on the dip too, so I think that is a pretty good name to put your bet onto as to see how things are going to work out. But we're going to look at the match overall leaderboards over here for this first Miramar game of the day, and TSC scored himself another top 3 back-to-back. The first one was a second place. This time they actually scored themselves a big fat win, 25-pointer. Though, I'm not going to lie, Tarzan, I don't know what you think, but even though this is a great showcase of TSC Ultimate, and you guys both thought that TSC Ultimate, since group stage, is one of the teams, potentially, if not the team, they improved the most, I still think it's just such a faraway dream for them to catch up to NDL. They're going to need even more than that. Like, I'm talking win after win after win.
Yeah. You know what, the problem is also the fact that NDL always been somehow getting some points. For a very mid-tier team, you would say, and 6-7 points per game is not the worst, right? But for NDL, that's considered a very bottom, type of performance, and they still got those via a lot of aggression. That means they are taking points away from other teams very easily, and that is a problem when it comes to TSC Ultimate. I think the one way to do it is to take away the food from NDL, but you need to go back to your drawing board and see how you can do it without losing your strong suit, right? So that would be a very hard thing for TSC Ultimate if they even want to attempt overtaking the start of NDL.
Yeah, very hard, but we'll see if they can try and make it work out, because Tam makes it work out in the top 5 kills of this game. Going to get himself a total of 5, save a total of 4 for the side of SYRAX. And Athis, actually, Highland, we've seen Athis up there twice in a row in the 2 first games here. Might potentially be the MVP of the day, I might say.
That is very true. I think that they are stepping up a lot when it comes to their positions in today's games. I think they're actually also moving through the rest of the tournament. They have also been stepping up a game, just being able to be that carry that the squad needs in the event that it does come down to them. And it's that sort of, as I repeat once more, solo carry potential that you really need on your team. Yes, also you can have that reliability all being together, but sometimes you just need that one player that can just be the star for your squad and find those kills and that damage respectively.
It's a very strong starting point, I might say. I might just make a reference also to Panda back in PMPL Western Europe season, actually spring season 2021 of this year, where they had one player that was GK first, was carrying, but the entire team built something around him, and they were improved as a squad, all 4 of them. And I think that we could potentially see something similar for this team. So we'll see how things are going to work out. But we now have to check, of course, the results of the desk votes and also the community votes. And unfortunately, guys, I did throw. I picked NDL, that didn't take the win, but you both scored yourself a point with your picks of TSC. For Tarzan and Highland, you went for Fear, got himself a first and second place respectively. So great stuff. The community, that's another 0-pointer. We'll see if Tarzan's going to change his pick later on. If that's the case, we might steal a code and give it to the chat once again. But yeah, so far this is a crushing defeat for the community. You guys need to start getting on point and get yourself some wins. Otherwise, things are going to start getting scary just a tad more. But I want to talk about one thing, Highland, that I thought very interesting in that game, at least, was how SYRAX were trying to play around the eastern side. It worked really good, but not only that, TSC were also doing a very similar playstyle, playing from the compound on the west, and how they just pushed fight after fight after fight was, I would say, the reason why they got himself in such a strong position at the end.
You know, it's particularly this one straight onto Sons of Odin, right? The fact they were able, just not resilient whatsoever. They put everything out onto the table on them. They knew that they had to push Sons of Odin down quickly because they had to get in towards the compound. They knew that it was heading towards there, and they knew that they still had to crash onto that if they wanted to play to that victory. I think they did well. I think the real stop was the fact that a lot of other squads came in around them as well. Example team there, and also you have to remember that Most Wanted as that third party, SYRAX coming in too. But they did very well in terms of the kills by being able to survive that long, and that's why they were able to actually pick up the most overall in that game and are still in contention, I would say, if anyone, to take down NDL.
I'm actually now looking at the numbers. I'm thinking there is a world, Tarzan. There is clearly a world where TSC could overtake NDL. It's going to require a lot. Not only does it need TSC to get a lot of points, but it needs NDL to result pretty poorly. And I think if NDL are somewhat aware of this, their mental state must be a little bit shaken up by, oh, we could be second after this.
You know what? Based on my understanding of the players of NDL, they wouldn't be scared because of that. They know they've got a lead. They know they just need to play their game. When they tap into that zone, which is not too hard for them to get into, they will be doing just fine. But the mathematical possibility is actually extremely exciting based on the way that TSC has been playing. You know, Tam and Albi absolutely off the charts right now. And but you know what? After that, I think there's still so many ways to look at the excitement in this last 3 games, right? Look at the point separation, you know, from maybe 3rd place to 8th place. That's crazy. That's 1 point difference, but the prize money difference is actually quite significant.
Yeah, the higher you go, of course, it could be a few thousand you lose if you just go behind by just 1 point, or it could be just a few hundred, depending if you're on the bottom side of the top 8. But Hainan, one thing I'm happy to see is we were looking at day 1, day 2, SYRAX not really... They were getting themselves some good games every once in a while, but I think this is SYRAX really standing in a position that a lot of people in the community were potentially expecting at the very start of these finals.
I think, to be fair, though, with a pinch of salt, they did get kind of lucky in a sense that Example engaged that fight around the edge of the cliffside. So actually, they took out that solo player, they knocked themselves in doing so. And actually, it was very easy for SYRAX just to be able to come into that zone and grab what was an extra 2 positions from there. They were very fortunate in that game. I still want to see more of it when it comes to the survivability as a squad, because they were still pretty ruined when it came to that final position as 2 players, one right on the edge of zone, barely getting in because that fight worked in the way it did. And even then, yes, they found Tam, yes, they found one of Fear, but we were striking again onto both squads when I think they should have just been edging themselves towards one side and focusing on one opponent at a time.
Yeah, fair enough. I think I have a few things to touch upon that once we're going to get into the community voting. And talking about that, community voting is once again going to be kicking into gear. So if you want to vote and support your favorite team out there in the next game, it is going to be on Sandhog, by the way, so you might want to take that into account. It is going to be a Sandhog game, so you never know. If there's a team that's really strong on this map, you might want to vote for them to see if you can get some more community codes out there to secure that parachuting game. But now it is time to put the hashtag in the YouTube or the Twitch chat for the team of your choice. If you want to support Strangers, for example, put hashtag STES in the chat and you'll have 1 vote taken into account as we close this one off. But yeah, Highland, one thing I wanted to say about especially SYRAX, right? is he said there was a little bit of luck, but I would tend to disagree a little bit with that point because I think playing the ridgeline and pushing from the edge when you're the furthest team over to the east is actually pretty smart. And you can tell me if you agree or not, because when you're playing around a cliffside from the bottom, you pick basically the fights you take, you decide your pacing, and I think that actually worked out for them relatively well. They cleared 2 teams because of that. And there you go. That's just a different perspective.
Yeah, but still, to be fair, it was example dropping down onto, excuse me, not realizing that SYRAX was there. So I think the fortune for them was still overall the thing that got them to that final 3. Albeit, though, they did pick up the points. However, when they were able to take that victory, and I don't think that's right. I think that might be a little bit too quick there.
Okay, fair enough. You guys are all going for the exact same picks, or there's something weird going on right now. But you know what? Great to see things coming on through. We also got to check our votes. We're gonna steamroll through them right now. I am going to go for SYRAX because I think they had a really good, strong game there. So I think SYRAX might get himself a win. I'll leave you guys get into the game and also announce your picks for this third game.
Oh, straight on to Sandhawk. I think I'm probably going to go here for... I'm going to go for SYRAX again. Okay, I will have confidence in them that I voted for them in the last Sandhawk. They kind of got destroyed over in TeamOma, but we've seen them play it well once. I think they can do it again, Tarzan.
And you know what? I'm going to go with NDL in this one. And that was my pick before actually seeing their drop, but I'm going to stay, I'm not going to cheat at all. I thought they're going to go to boot camp and they didn't. And I have a huge point around it, but they just want to drop on a team that they want to target. You want to chase after us, we won't give you the time to. So that is what I want to see, but I was they stay with picking them and let's see whether it can work out. That is the single adaptation that we've seen so far, and the side of Conqueror haven't made it all the way to like Camp Alpha, but maybe they just want a bit more loot. But this is still extremely interesting, and that would be the main focus right now, seeing how TSC is going to adapt to this, as well as gathering back together with this zone actually shifting to the western side.
I love that TSC and NDL are a fight we get to see early, because actually TSC, they split very far. I mean, Bilal is all the way down towards the docks, so they can't take the fight. But in a world where TSC knocked down NDL early on, could you imagine the run would be there for TSC? This is a game, if anything. This is a fight that TSC Ultimate have to win, because this is a ticket to getting that first spot if they take down NDL.
You know what? That is the theory. It would take a lot more to make that true, though. The separation between the players of TSC Ultimate is extremely huge. So if there's a fight that breaks out, the numbers advantage will always go over to NDL. And when it comes to comparing those mechanics and, game knowledge, it's hard to put the bet on a team that doesn't have the numbers advantage. So that will be a bit of a tricky one. So TSC better have communicated that through and really withstand the pressure that came from that a bit of a change based on, the 2 Sandhawk game that they had yesterday. They had all the freedom to do everything on that segment of the map will no longer be the case. And example team, let's talk about them. They love Paradise Resort, and I don't exactly like the way that they're holding it. I feel like there's so many chances to use the surrounding of Paradise Resort to get into a really good position earlier on, but they like staying here if it's in the circle. Or this time around, it's on the northeastern edge. So I would want to see them use their position, use their research, and study their homework to say, it's fine if we move in here to this compound by this time.
But this is also, to be fair, the first time we've seen the zone go opposite to actually away Paradise Resort down towards the individual north and southwest islands. So it's actually very beautiful to notice how now example team can't stay there in the first phase. Yes, they in theory, could stay there, but they'll be found on the edge of the zone, exiting out a compound very much later than everyone else, and in the event they get caught in a fight, they start tanking that blue zone, which for what could be the rest of the game, if they can't end these fights quickly. In the previous examples of fights have taken here, especially on Sandhawk, they aren't a very fast fighting team.
And you can see as well, if we look at those top 6 or 7 alongside Team Savage, right? The side of example team is not very aggressive. Yeah, you can see that is this trend that we're seeing from both of these teams. With when they have a spot, they tend to stay very, safe within it. They can play stealthy. I won't disagree with that, but that's a time to play loud. And I feel like they've given up on the opportunity to explore that option and the effects of it, right? So SYRAX, both of you picked for this. I feel like I have to root for them because I am, that team player. I want us to win. We is a comeback as well, right? We didn't do so well on day one. And SYRAX right now is finding that line of entry that is actually initially very hard. I thought about picking them, but I thought about, India might be in boot camp and it's not easy to rotate in via there if I'm SYRAX, but the case has now been changed. So let's see how that works out for them. And the side of Sons of Odin has some really decent defense on that map earlier against NDL. So see if they can carry this over.
I just want to reiterate once again, while we get to look at Sons of Odin, how actually their positioning is in these games. I don't feel that their positioning through these finals initially in the early game has been that of a 15th place team, right? They actually have had the initial good positioning, but it's the late game closing of these fights and of their positioning in these matches, which is what really struggles for them.
Yeah, you know what? I think the thinking are there. The best way that I can explain it is they have the correct thought, but all the details and the fine tunings are not there yet. Like it takes a particular type of knowledge and particular type of style and shot calling to allow this style of rotation to work. You need to go in and you need to exploit everything. You need to know why you're doing it and why you are not doing some other styles of rotations like edge play or certain types of splits. And I feel like they know what are the items right on that menu, right? But they have not explored the small prints within there. The time to chew the meaning behind every of those terms would be where they need to work towards.
Excuse me, we do find ourselves caught out. We did hint at that fight around Strangers, but they've lost 2 already. And Strangers, they coming up clutch here. Strangers may be in with what could be the revival of them, as we saw them in yesterday. There they found the kills to first it through and make it now only 2 remaining. Is also IND. They're in their own fight versus Sons of Odin. We want a Sons of Odin to pick out a good fight indeed, but they've already lost 2 themselves as well. And it feels like we're going in on a repeat, but slightly different colors on the map as IND Device going in for the 1v4. Grenade finds a third. Device now only needs to find Daddy. Well, where is the rest of his team? Tarzan, he's on his own.
You know what? Like I think this is a macro mistake when it comes to Sons of Odin. They come into the area of control. Think about IND. They are a Painan team. They will go either side of the Painan Hill with the priorities. They came in here, they stay silent, set up the trap as they should as a Painan team, and then Sons of Odin just run into it on one of the 2 big options upon this Western Shift 4 team, right? We know IND will hold any palm position for as long as they can, and that is Sons of Odin coming in without finding a way to clear it. Uncontested. Cam Charlie drop. Where is your car to clear some locations like this if you want to take it? There are many other options around this. I would just say that they are not used to playing the southwestern segment of the map. There's so many more options, but this one, you can't come in without some caution.
But also just the fact that Device, by the way, first and only here, potentially we could see 1v4 of the finals. Big props to Device, and I think has been one of those players stepping up for IND. Again, IND, I think, suffer the same problems, though, right? In the sense that they are a very aggressive team, often to their downfall. But I have to hope, because this is Zeta Tactics, maybe trying to find those kills. But example team, none of them go towards them, but it is them who find themselves eliminated through. And on the opposite end, just like I think Sons of Odin, example team, they came up strong initially as a very consistent first day squad, but now in the second day, in the third day as well, yes, they were picking up the points, but they've been a little bit and a lot more shaky as this tournament has evolved.
Well, there's only 3 more games to go. They just need to know they need to do their best.
Two more for them.
Almost like very hard game to. They have to be like. They have to be the biggest wins we've seen in the tournament to catch up to NDL. I mean, there's a chance for it because I feel like this is what we want to see. NDL is playing that style too. The plan is quite clear. They will drop on the team that is trying to chase them as the way to secure the first place. And I cannot disagree with that. It will test TSC Ultimate as well based on their drops, and we'll see some very good PUBG if they can both play their own game.
I mean, come on, Otazan. I think TSC Ultimate are the only team that can catch NDL. And because NDL, they don't fall down, it's now to how many kills will NDL get in this game. Because if they start to rack up kills, even if they go down, like the last game as well, they pay that one placement point for a third time in a row. But we also, for the second time, it was like deja vu. They picked up again another 6 kill points on Miramar. So they were able to still find themselves on 7th position in the second game overall. And that's why NDL are such a good team coming into these finals, because they aren't just a squad that if they get taken out, they get absolutely nothing. They're always taking at least another squad's worth of kills with them.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm waiting to be surprised. Something new, and I can't disagree with that. TSC seems to know that, though. So they are exploring their ways, finding a right time to gather back up and tank a little bit of blue. But from the huge split, they should have enough resources. And they, with this type of pacing as well, they can cross the Chem Charlie Bridge quite late and anticipate it to be quite empty. So this is one way to play this. TSC won the first Sandhawk game, though. The second one, we kind of been harsh on them. They were a little bit slow on the southeastern edge, and this is time to change it. And they can now enter from that south side. We will go even further western, and some of these teams need to think whether they want to cross or not.
Do you know who I'm really kind of disappointed in right now, though, is Conqueror. I mean, the fact that they are sat in ruins right now is also teams. Strangers will lose one, do fire back, so they get revenge. Sweetly served on a silver platter for them as they cross over to the bridge. But the fact that Conqueror over in ruins, they weren't rotating out of that location, and that zone shifted towards them. Ruins, every time I see a team try to defend that, it doesn't work.
It's extremely hard. Like, I mean, there's so many positions that, in theory, you can defend it quite well if you know how to split around it, right? So, but sometimes it's about the difficulty in adjusting a particular split that make ruins really hard to play. Do you guys follow me here? So sometimes in the same compound, let me try to say it again, you have certain split positions and you will have a different formation when the shift happens, and it only takes a few steps of a particular player. But for ruins, that is completely different, also based on the tunnel system within it, as well as how punishing it can be between moving from the main bit and the periphery bit. And so, you know what? If you have some good ways, slide in my DMs and tell me your splits. I'll break it down like an architect. Does that make sense? An architect. But you know what? The thing that I enjoy most about this game, right? But Ruins is right in that center. We'll get to see some of these nice ideas come through in the form of gameplay already.
Do you know what I feel like whenever I walk through, like, with you in a game and your analytical knowledge? I just feel like that little, like, puppy that just walks through its 4 paws, waddling one after another behind you, just like, okay, I'll just do whatever you ask me to, as long as there's food on the other side. I mean, that information is like food to me.
Oh, that's very nice of you. You know what? Like, I do a lot of these with joy, and I think that's a very, very key thing. And I think looking into this younger generation of players as well, I wish they enjoy more than the feeling of being good at something or being able to kill enemies. And if they can also fall in love with the idea of studying the map, thinking about how to improve their brain, performance and the mental state, it will do them really good. And it won't be just success in this game, but also in other aspects of their life. And that is from me to you, from a very, not really old, shouldn't say that, but a slightly more experienced person, to say that's my blessing to all of you. And now we're back to this game. You know what? Getting saturated already, and I think Ruins will be a very good way to see it, and that road that really separates that to Tambang would be a very good way to separate the map, because you can play more coastside, you can play more mainland, but they have a very different style to scout and move your way forward.
in NDL here, I love the way they've been moving forward. They got this 2-man on the front line. They're controlling the ridge line, but actually in the backside as well, Taz. And they got those 2 behind because they know TSC Ultimate, they will be rotating in that direction. So they are aware of the fact that they've got a squad behind them. And this is what I love about NDL, is every single opportunity, yes, they're proactively rotating into zone. They're beating TSC by miles, at least about 800 to 1,000 meters in this game. But actually, they're still making sure that if TSC are behind them, they're ready. And that is a sign of a team that is, yes, very powerful and very kill aggressive, but also very respectful at the same time.
Yes, I agree. And look at this shift to Central over Ruins. Look at the 3x1 split coming from Conqueror. This separation of this split amongst a trio needs to be tightened this exact moment. If they are just slightly slower and there's a team that will want to challenge those compounds with a quick rotation, a crash with a vehicle, they would die one by one. This is what I mean with the challenge with Ruins. You can see Snowboy just on the exact opposite side as well. Like, the later they make these rotations, even if they want to come close, it can be really punishing. But that will be IND laying down traps after traps with the opening not on the side of NDL.
NDL, IND, they started off this tournament strong, both of them, but pre-mix will fall. It's a one-on-one for the meantime, but here also the rest of NDL, they're pressing on forward. And now Kronos will be lit up by the Molly. They will not find a support onto the rest of the not IND member, and they separated through IND as well. This is, again, a beautiful performance from NDL. They're trying their best to separate the strength of IND being a team fighting squad. Shashank crawling away off the backside, and NDL, they're going to make the revive, and they're going to get away with that clean first kill. Shashank, I don't think will be in this world for long, though, as NDL, they are coming off the backside.
But this is hard for NDL because they changed their drop and they want to hunt, but they got basically nothing. And with the amount of loot that they have, which is extremely low, it's not easy to play this type of ending with so kind of quite a lot of hardcover, I have to say. But IND is actually a little bit disappointing in the position. They set up a trap and they didn't pull it off. The trigger discipline was very poor, I would say. Like, that's the type of position where you need to bait them into a side where you would just really pinch them from every direction. So Shank to crawl away is the good idea, but will not be able to find the best push to hide himself. IND falls down to 2, I believe.
That will be through the extra kill, and Shashank confirmed down. IND now left in their own here to a solo player is also Fear. They are pressing up to Most Wanted. 1 kill, or should I say knock, did come through onto Most Wanted already, so they are a slightly down squad.
You know what, and this is going to be a bit of an interesting one when it comes to Fear as well. We talked about that main road to cause 2 type of landscape moving in, and they need to get to some high points still around Tambang to scout forward and then think about how to cross. It's not going to be easy. Some slits coming through, but it's first going to be a fight between them and Most Wanted. A Camp Bravo team is now in town on this western side.
Fear, they are moving in still more. Most Wanted still on the opposite end of the hill. The nades have come through, but no knocks just yet. 12, and Zephyr now knocked. I was going to say Zephyr the strength for the full HP, but now that HP bar has gone red. 12 as well might just be next to take that beautiful color into their own hands. As Fear, they come over the top. They find one already. Adds as well. Looks for the grenade into the outpost. Can they find it? You can see them cooking. The angle, is it true? No, it is not. Farah now sends one back over themselves, but Adds as well, not found just yet.
And this is going to be quite tricky as well. We talked about how a somewhat trickier zone would lead to some slower rotations. That means teams can really trail you from behind when you're not expecting it. TS is finally in the blue zone, only to find themselves the need to rotate to the northern side. We have a 25% water circle, ladies and gentlemen, with the side of Triple actually crossed back to this mainland and guarding that one. And TRG with the rotation now coming in to be maybe the only team on that northern side. So many teams will need to come into Ruins and really use those mechanics in those neutral fight. Farah will continue to challenge that. Will it be the time, though, to shoot or not to shoot will be the biggest question, as they have one of the biggest distance to rotate.
They did move back. They didn't want to fight Most Wanted. Went to try surviving. Know that, well, there's still plenty of players inside this game. If we go out now, we're not going to grab the placement points that we need. Triple also finding the knock onto Strangers. Strangers cannot catch a break on this northern border. It's the Southwest Island only going to close up even more with players. Excuse me, the next squad out as they do get confirmed by NDL Euphoria. Another kill through for the squad is also Vanade, almost taking down Naz on a sliver of HP. Can G9 find a shot? They burn down the door, but Reznov has a little bit of a surprise in behind that door. But there will be still one in return, but will only be missed once more. And again, the nades miss. Again, it's that slow fight that these teams hesitant to take.
You know what? It's also hesitant for a very good reason. If I were the IGs of any of these teams, the constant risk of third party in this area is so crazy. Like, you can also be really looked at from third person perspective, and teams can just come in with a car. But as you can see on that screen right there, top left, kill feed, Fear will not be
TSC.
able to make it through TSC with the trailing, with that late rotation in earlier zones, actually have rewarded themselves. That is crazy, but they need to be even quicker though, because this zone is going to hurt for this phase.
But look at the kills. NDL already up to 7. How they manage this, I am still to figure out here. They leave us for a moment, and they suddenly pick up an entire other squad. Now they're up against Team Savage. TRG Direction also finding a few onto Triple, closing through also the rest of the Bilal down to SYRAX. And Strangers, they do confirm that extra through on to initial knock to roll kids, but they do find a revive as Jody was there to support Team Savage holding in. They have the control of the zone, but NDL, how do they really push up here, Tarzan?
It's going to be quite interesting. Like, if I were them, I would wait for the next shift and then think about what Team Savage would need to do for that next rotation and then try to approach. There's so many small rotations that they can make by just crawling along that ridge line to reposition and scout and look for side threats first. That would be the very important prep work that we talk about first based on your game knowledge. Now talk about the potential possibilities, and then upon the new one, execute it, right? So we will have the new one and they are in zone. This is the type of zone that they don't need to look towards the center and need to catch the funnel from the sides.
It was Most Wanted, the side entrance, the back door attempt. They found one knock, but still Conqueror looking across as well onto Most Wanted. There's no escape for them. There's no escape from the fighting. They will lose down 12. Ads as a solo player. The action of surprise, it didn't actually turn anything with this fight. It gained another revive from NDL. They're sticking close together. They only find an 8th kill in this game. But Team Savage, as that zone moves back into the mainland, TRG, I think they're saying probably goodbye to this game. Is Team Savage. They are the ones in control.
You know what, like, Team Savage just once again get blessed by the circle. You don't see that many times. As you can see, this squad has so many placement points, but the kill points really lacking. When they've got the center position, please for the ones, fourth ones, just really spread around. But that is TSC slowly making their way in. They are down to one player though.
Down to one player. They have nothing left really here. As that zone crosses over the water, they had to make something out of what was so difficult, and probably nothing. Is they, yes, do keep themselves in the game more importantly, but for how long here? Strangers still have eyes on them. Triple still have eyes on them as OMA do come up short to Supreme in from the edge of blue zone. Abstract has heard the footsteps, is going for the peak one way onto the other, finally finds them through, but we need to be quick, we need to hurry. That blue zone now phase 6, it hurts so much.
You know what, like, that was the plan, like, so you just clear out the sides, because with this type of circle there's always that one or two solos trying to come in, and that was actually Astrep making out of something good out of the situation. And this next shift though is actually going to put so much, you know, it's really the test to the team on the other side. You get blessed once, not the second time, the gods of PUBG say, and Conqueror actually survive and slowly maneuver out of ruins. Now got one of this type of position as if they've gone back to Erangel for the win that they got.
but they have to cross over the road. They have to cross in onto the rest of these teams because the zone has, for the most part, gone away from them. I don't think they'll do it on this zone, Tarzan. I think they will wait, but they do have to be so aware of that fact, and that's why they're going for those knocks, because if they don't do it now, when will they? NDL, they do strike one. Euphoria, the revives comes out. They hear the rest of NDL. They might find a second. No, they do dodge out for now. And Conqueror, they don't find that second crucial one. They do confirm away one, however.
And that is a good, really good spray. Just finding that ridge line and using the grass of this jungle to in their protection. But there will be fight any side of the way. No one wants to come into that center, although there are rocks and everything that you kind of need. You don't want to be the target of everyone.
They're going over. They know that they have that ridge line as the zone. Will it pop next? Still a little bit more time. SYRAX will fall down. Unfortunately, myself and Max not quite on point right now, as it will be the rest here for still Strangers to survive on the edge of zone. Here also joined up by Xena Tactics. Can I just say here as well, Tarzan, the best game that Xena Tactics might just play in this entire tournament.
You know what? Got some placement points, you know, those 2 points really making, you know, an important one to keep them in the scene as well, right? But that is Team Savage facing that route. We talk about having the advantage from a compound. How come they just can't make it through? It's just against so many teams that have got hundreds of meters to rotate, and they're now finally coming in. But NDL's been strong, been able to edge in. That is great for them. 11 kills on board right now.
I mean, for Team Savage, the fact that, again, rightly as you say, they're not willing to push, it punishes them. Unlike the Miramar, they're punished even harder. Jaja comes in from behind. Yuri can maybe find one, but they separate. They don't stay together. Brilliant small play there through from NDL. Jaja does get knocked, however, so it is the push holding off for now. Most Wanted will fall down though, in 5th position. There also Team Savage should join alongside them, and now all the way down to only 3 teams. Strangers down also to NDL, but it's the Tactic who are coming up on top, but they get struck down when they thought they could defend. In 3rd place is all they'll grab. The best game for them nevertheless is NDL Volkers on the solo play. Can they find one? Can they get a second? Yes, they do. They shut down without any extra help the rest of Conqueror, and they take themselves a second chicken dinner of the day.
That is just insane. Like they got tested once again. They tried everything, right, as well. Like they got a new type of game plan. They want to drop on those who could maybe catch up to them, and then say, you know what, can't really work. Adapt once again that transition into the mid game, and the way that they were still trying to get everything into their pocket, no matter the situation, is just like really, really beneficial to them. Like especially for this point system now, we can't even say that is new anymore. This is a type of play that you need to see. If you cannot adapt, you will just get outlived.
This is Niko Defense League. This is PMNC UK, Tarzan, and this is also a break. We'll be right back with you.
My name is Louis. My in-game name is Triple Abstract.
My name is Naz. My nickname in-game is also Naz.
My real name is Ridwan. My in-game name is Reznov. I'm a player for TRG Esports. We take a look at the videos of each of the matches, and we work out what places the teams like to play, since everyone has their go-to spots, and we learn from there.
My free time I spend going out with friends, going to the gym, and I also play the game in my free time, but that's mostly it.
before PMNC, we were all actually in separate teams except for Naz. Naz is actually my brother, like my real life brother. Apis and Abs, they came from other teams, but I knew them as big names within the UK scene, and so I reached out to them, and we thought it was a good idea to get together since we're all decent players and we know what we can do.
Reznov is our IGL, and he's a really good IGL. And Athis he's our main fragger, I think. I feel like he's usually putting up big numbers in terms of kills. As well as me, I frag out also. I feel like that's my main role. And I think Abstract is probably our support role. But he does also frag out as well. So in terms of personality wise, we all get along really well. Some of us haven't known each other that long. I only met Athis when we made the team for PMNC. But we all get along, you know, it's all quite easy going. If we do bad in a game, we don't really argue or anything, we just go over mistakes and then make sure we don't make the same mistakes again.
Good communication, that's the most important skill. Most players have gun skill, but what they lack is communication, so working on perfecting our comms will be the biggest factor to our success.
We have good communication and gun skill.
For me, this is my first official tournament in kind of any kind of scope, so it's quite exciting, and also just to have my name put out there on the stream and for people to see me as a player for the first time. I think that's quite a big deal.
Proud to be representing the UK in the tournament.
In my group, I think TSC Ultimate, because I know those players individually and personally, so I know what they have to offer. Maybe they didn't perform the best in the group stages, but I know what their potential is. And in the other group, I think NDL, because again, Jody, he's a former teammate of mine, and I know what he can do. So NDL is the other team to watch.
To be honest, I think all the teams have the potential to surprise us because we've never played against those teams in the other group before. So we don't know how they're going to play. We'll do VOD reviews, but you never know, they could completely change their game plan for the final so that no one knows what to expect. So I feel like all the teams could surprise us.
The most fascinating moment in the tournament, I think, was the first game that we played in PMNC. We lost 2 members early, very early, and we were playing as a duo for the majority of the match. We managed to put up good kills and good damage, and we had a really good performance in the first game.
Just good luck, and I would say don't take it too seriously. Like, if you don't do well, it's not really that big of a deal. There's always next year. So yeah, just enjoy the game.
Hello, my name is Albert. My nickname is the same.
Hi, my name is Eduardo Ghici. My nickname is Toada and I'm part of the Excuse Me team.
I prepare for the games by going into some TDMs without aim assist and practicing on enemies. My squad is made out of foreigners from Romania, but we live in UK and we are friends. So we decided to play PMNC in order to win.
Our skills are quite similar within the team. I just want to point out Albert, who is, I will say, should be our main fragger alongside Kosti. Our team is quite calm, and yeah, it's good to be part of this team.
The qualities that can lead us to victory is the experience of my teammates and the skill.
The second time we participate in PMNC UK, but the first tournament wasn't as competitive as this year. It's a nice experience for all of us, and we're looking forward to the finals next weekend.
The main opponent in our group is definitely NDL and SYRAX. The team in the second group that can really make us problems are Courage.
I would say TRG Direction. They have quite a lot of potential.
The most exciting moment in the tournament is when I 1v3 the team and I almost 1v3 another team, back to back.
I wish you all the best. Be strong, calm, and the best win, yeah.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
Hate it or love it, that's our last Sandhog game done and dusted here for the entirety of this UK finals for the PMNC, and we'll have none of it anymore. And what a way to close it off with none other than NDL taking himself another win throughout the entirety of this third day. The only team actually so far in this PMNC UK finals to take himself 2 wins in a single day. Can it make it 3? We'll have to wait and see. But don't forget that the entirety of these finals are brought to you by Xiaomi. Thanks to them, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But yeah, there you go. NDL take it again, Tarzan. You voted for them, man. You're absolutely on point today, and they are just shredding it and make it a little bit harder, actually, for TSC to somewhat close that gap.
It's been made so hard right now. I mean, it's almost mathematically impossible. Like, it's not even a low kill type of ending, right? It's like a straight on chicken dinner. Yeah, a slap to the face to everyone they see, and everyone who's watching to think, man, I wish we can experience PUBG the same way.
I believe that was 15 kills they picked up in that game, so 30 points through. The fact that it gained TSC Ultimate, they really weren't as aggressive as they needed to be able to catch up, and unfortunately for them, they just end up falling short. Yes, they take those extra kills into OMA, but you can see it's just so difficult to rotate across into that zone when you are so far out, tanking it for so long.
Yeah, I think, you know what, like, that is... I want to bring out about one thing as well. I think NDL's really secured, like, their place now, but it's very important to know what have they done and how they've done it against their own expectations, and how to lead that into the next phase of competition, which should be PMPL Europe West Season 2. Because when you are not getting punished for certain things, that's actually tremendously bad, you know, for a team's growth. Like, you need to be punished for certain things. So the hardest thing right now is for them to say, hey, we've done this, we're happy that we've done this, but we need to be really strict with ourselves to say that could have went poorly. If they haven't asked those questions, haven't got this longevity that we thought about in team dynamics and team building, I don't think they will stand a good chance against the other top squads from Europe West.
Well, I'm feeling bad, for example, team right now. They have just fallen from grace. They started off the day in third place with 92 points, 54 of those being positioning points and 38 being kills. And today is just, it's not going their way. They had that circle going their way very heavily on Miramar, but now it's just going downhill real damn quickly. And NDL, that is going to be a 14 kill game coming their way. 29, man. Every time they get a win, as I say, it's double-digit minimum in terms of kills, and they just get it every single time. But it's one thing that I find very interesting in that game, actually, Highlander, was Xenotaxic's rotation. This is their best game they've ever had in these finals, and because they had the single best rotation, I would say, it is heavily deserved.
They got the kills at the end. I think it was the beauty that they came through from boot camp. They were themselves. They then rotate up to boot camp hill. They grab the information across the bridge. Then they cross the bridge. Then they come into the L compound. They were very cautious in the way they approached it, scouted that out beforehand from the opposite side. And it was just all, again, the position of focus on where you're looking to go. How do you want to cross into the compound? And then look to take it.
I'm being really scared here. Athis has been up here literally 3 games in a row. Sure, he hasn't been at the very top here, Tarzan, when you think about it, but the fact he's been consistently hitting these points, hitting these kills, hitting those damage marks, I'm thinking Athis, if he keeps on going and maybe gets 2 good last games, he might just be the MVP, because he's been really shredding it today.
Yeah, I mean, like, we don't... It's not rare, like, to see him doing well. The problem is, though, when it comes to that equation, we talk about that math when it comes to MVP, yeah, you need some survival time. So, like, Triple needs to be a really good team on the whole for him to really beat out NDL based on those crazy plays. So sometimes that MVP prize is really hand in hand with the top performing team. So, you know what, it's still on the chart. I still want to maybe have a side bet, you know, amongst the 3 of us to see who gets it, though. But, you know, I think we do have a good idea of who those might be.
Yeah, I think we pretty have a good idea of who's going to be at the top at the end. Rolkis 2 maybe going to be another MVP for India on this third day. We'll see how things are going to roll out, but also we're going to see how the community votes actually rolled out, and it shall be 1-1. NDL. Wait, wasn't NDL your pick, Tarzan?
No,
Yeah.
it was. It was your ones, Tarzan.
No
yeah,
problem.
he stole it away. What the hell, Highland?
I
That's
know,
not cool.
right? I just wanted some limelight, Max.
He tried to yoink it for himself. That's not cool. Okay, man, I'm gonna have to call the PUBG Mobile team, man. We'll have to sort this out on the back end and get a lawyer on everything. But anyways, the community do win himself a point this time around. So this means we're not gonna have to vote, steal the code away from Tarzan this time around. We'll actually have one to the community right off the bat. So you'll have to look at the bottom side of your screen to recall that one and get yourself the PMNC Limited parachute in game. Great stuff to see. As the code is going to be appearing right now, and once again, it's going to be down below my camera section, so feel free to enter it in-game right about now. We had so many good plays coming out from a lot of the teams, but TSC, I really have to say, Tarzan, I think it's over now. I think TSC, this is now truly a race for second place, and I don't think there's a world where first place is now possible to overtake NDL.
I don't think this is possible, but what's possible is to, play the best game and make it like they are very, very strong. No one can really take the second place away. What they can do as well, though, if they want to chill, put on that code on that bottom left right there. Just go and search PUBG Mobile code redeem, and you can put that in and grab yourself some really nice stuff. You know what? I hope one of these days I can really get one of those, but I'm probably just lazy, right? Especially also probably terrified when Max talked about a Highland Wolf parachute, which I really landing amongst four
design it. I need it.
Big nose of Highland Wolf. That can be terrifying, but at the same time very warm. I don't know how to feel it anymore.
I'm gonna have that's nightmare fuel, man.
All of this.
I don't want it anymore.
Down on the battlefield.
All of that, all of nothing, man. No, get off my parachute right about now. But once again, just to make sure the parachute is available, use the code, and there is no Highland Wolf on the parachute, okay? It is Highland Wolf free, so feel free to go check it out and use it in-game if you want to do so. But guys, still have 2 more games to come here. We're going to have 1 Miramar. We're going to have 1 Erangel. We pretty much said it's set in stone right now. The NDL is going to be that champion team. We see how things are already moving about right now. And TRG Esports, that's another big climb, actually entering for a long while now, this top 3. We thought this was going to be one of the big teams, known also at the start as Courage Esports, now become TRG Esports. TRG Esports really get himself good result after good result after good result. They're not safe in the top 3 just yet, Highland, but they're definitely stepped up on this 3rd day.
They're actually rising up now to TSC Ultimate, who with that poor performance, now rising to what could be even a 2nd position overall. You have to also acknowledge the NDL. I mean, 200 points already after only now 13 games. They've been cruising through this finals, and it doesn't feel like anyone could stop them. Definitely not now with such a lead. I mean, it would absolutely take some 40 pointers to overtake NDL and NDL to just leave the entire lobby to get ahead of them in these final 2 games. But I think that we can probably confirm what has been our PMPL representative.
Well, hey, Highland, you know also what can't be stopped?
What?
This announcement right now, because we've got a huge announcement currently coming on your screens, and it's going to be about the PMCO for the United Kingdom Conference. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, the PMCO is back on board for the UK, and it's going to begin on the 31st of August, and it will go right until the 5th of September, and it will be starting every single day at 21 GMT local time. And you'll have the finals going from the 9th to the 12th of September, same time, same place, and it's going to be kicking off. And really, when you're thinking about it, right, hey, Tarzan, you got yourself NDL already qualified. This is now the team that all of the PMCO participants are going to look at and say, this is our competition. We must play on that level.
Yep, absolutely. You know what? Like, this is just practice for some of these teams. We know the requirements when it comes to these tournaments are a little bit different, so we can see some changes coming through. This time around, though, we've got equal splits, community picking NDL, SYRAX, and TRG. You know what? I would love to play under TRG, not just because of the team. It's the fans who are so loyal.
Yeah. And all right, this is only Team Savage's changed now. Now they added SYRAX to the mix, but really enjoying to go for TRG. So I'm going to have to follow the community. I'm going to say TRG is going to be my pick for this 4th game of the day. So with that said, Tarzan, Highland Wolf take game 4 away. It's going to be on Miramar. Have a good old time.
Oh man, Tarzan, what's your pick? So I'm still a little bit undecided. What's yours?
I'm going to go for TSC Ultimate. I know NDL's won it, so I'll give TSC my vote for confidence, as well as, that, how should I say it? Like, they've had such a good run. I want them to continue with that and take something that they almost was able to take.
I'm actually going to go for, I think, overall in positioning here, Conqueror. I'm going to go back to Conqueror. I think that they looked fairly strong coming into the end of Miramar. They just couldn't quite hold it into those final couple zones. I have faith, though.
You know what? I'm already thinking about a few things. Look at where TSC is right now. There's something about that game plan that we talked about. You know what? You want my first place? I will drop on you, Mr. Second Place. And Mr. Second Place is now saying that Mr. Fourth Place or Third Place, I need to go back and check that, don't come close. They're so close to Impala where SYRAX is dropping. They don't want them to come close at all because we're going to do a very quick recap, guys, when it comes to prize pool, right? Oh, but you know what? Early game action, we love those. And Sons of Odin, man, I feel like they deserve more, right, in this tournament. There's some of these early skirmishes that really catch them off guard is not doing them any good.
But 3 out of the 5 last games, Sons of Odin dropped down on Los Leones. This is actually Sons of Odin dropping in onto IND, trying to first them down, but it didn't work. Actually, IND, they just took the kill. So Sons of Odin, a little bit of a yikesies through from the early stage.
It's okay, like, let's talk about the prize, and you guys would know maybe why these teams are doing certain things. If you didn't make it to the top 8, you're getting £450. If you're from 6 to 8, you get double of that, right? So it's 900. So if you make it to 5th, £1,250. Then you get 1,800 if you're 4th, 2,200 if you're 3rd, 3,500 if you're 2nd. So the separation is actually so small when it comes to points right now, but the price is a huge difference. Sons of Odin, you want to pick this fight, see whether you can do it.
Oh, we find one bow. Silence, can it take a second? They do look to take down the fights, but we have to stop. They have to fall down because here comes a grenade. Premix from behind will confirm it. Silence has been silenced by IND. They will scrap the kill, but Goated has something to say about that. They will fall behind just a little bit more. They will try to come up for the kills themselves, but Premix just dives on in anyways. It wants a 1v1. He wants the outplay. Will jump down behind, tries to strike on to Goated themselves, but Daddy also coming into the fray too. Wants that third party, wants that third member of Sons of Odin to be effective.
It's really interesting, though. Like, Sons of Odin, I kind of want to know why they are doing this. And if they know they're giving points away, then might as well not do it, because the IND really need those. But that is damage caused upon IND as well. That is going to be a 3v2 situation.
IND now closing in for the final one.
Oh,
Goated does find a Vice. Will they go for the first? No, they turn to Kronos. They do find them. And Sons of Odin still with Daddy alive. They take 4. They take the victory. In the hot drop, it works, albeit it wasn't clean.
That is the reaction I'm having. It's so painful to watch that as well. Sons of Odin is so bold. I think they just want to cause some damage. And you know what? Because if IND can't stay at that spot, they are losing half the money. And that is actually Goated holding it down. Daddy and Goated, we talked about them in those interviews. They talked about they've got previous synergy, and this is showing in this bit of a shock to everyone right now. Pargrit is now this. IND is out at 16th.
15th position team taking down the 8th position squad of IND. That's an absolute table turner of a fight when it comes to now not just Sons of Odin, but all the teams above them heading up towards IND to overtake IND. And for them, they're going to have to come into what is the final game afterwards in a wrangle with potentially needing that massive 20-30 point game because they've lost everything here.
Absolutely. But you know what? One more game to go. And chasing behind them is Conqueror. So we will look at those teams because that is a very good amount when it comes to the difference in prize pool. But same for those top teams, especially when we look at the side of example team. It's about time to wake up, right? Like, you've been leading for a bit now, but struggling to get these points. And with SYRAX overpassing them, the side of Triple coming in close, they don't want to stay there anymore. Look at what's behind the side of example team as well. tied 1 point behind with Fear Esports and Team Savage. And then Conqueror could use a big game. We talked about adaptation from them in Miramar in particular. They can really blow up and take some of these prize money as well.
That's where the points and that prize money really starts to get so close and so crazy. In between, of course, that 8th and 3rd position, only 13 points, Tarzan. And I actually want to talk through onto Fear just a little bit because Fear, they aren't one of those new teams. And when you look towards the likes of Bilal, also all the way back towards PMCO, Spring Split in the UK region, this is a team and these are players who have been playing for now the entirety of that year. Yes, they're not going to get into the PMPL through this tournament, but we still have the PMCO itself to think about. And also, I think that heading through into the PMCO, they look like they could still be one of those big scary teams. Because if you think also to the opposite of that scary team, NDL not going to be in the picture because they've already secured their position in. TSC, they had a stellar group stage in that PMCO. Now heading in to PMNC, looking even stronger, taking that second position. I think if they're just a little bit of aggression away from realistically being the NDLS squad in that PMCO very soon.
And I think it comes down to whether they have the same roster, though, because I know, like, by helping some of these teams, I know that citizenship and residence issue when it comes to difference in requirement for both of these tournaments can cause a little bit of that issue. And I think that is going to be...
Yeah, his paperwork. Tarzan. You're boring me.
Man, tell me about it is one of my least favorite things to do. But you know what? I think it's good as well. Like, to know that there are some rules around. You can't break them. I think they are there for a reason. Otherwise, you can just storm through different regions like as you please and just cause issues, and that's sometimes not a great thing to do, right? But the start of Team Savage, I want to talk about them. This team seemed to be able to find a way. It's not just luck. I don't want to believe that it's just luck that they got some of the highest placement points in this lobby, but when it comes to getting those kill points, there's only actually just 1 or 2 things that they need to practice on to make that possible. If those are the choices of rotation, like every time, if they've got some success when it comes to placement points, so need to see whether they can make that count, because like 31 kills and then 72 placement points. That is actually very impressive, like chasing close to NDL. And in fact, they've got the most amount of placement points before today starts at Highland Wolf.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Also, Team Savage, the truth of the matter is that TRG were around them, but Team Savage doing Team Savage stuff and actually not going for the kill. And this is also the big problem with them, and this is why they have dropped to 7th position. They had an absolute gift, I think, of an endgame in Sandhawk that should have gone towards them. They didn't go for any fight whatsoever. Instead, they let everyone just crowd around them and go obliterated. Now they're letting everyone else out-rotate them. TRG passed them. They're going to be one of the last inside the zone, but the problem being that they're heading into what is a very open and very hill-dependent side of that zone itself. Then all of those hills, all of that high ground are going to be taken by TRG, by Strangers, by NDL possibly if they're even slower, and actually they're going to have nowhere else to rotate into.
Yes, and you know what? This circle is really tricky. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's draw a line from top left to bottom right. The bottom left half of the circle is so tricky to play. Like, it really tests the team's skills when it comes to scouting. You want to not enter the area of control by any of these compounds. So even if you do, you need to have a plan in place. We talk about how scouting, opening knock and baiting doesn't have to be separate entities, and this is a good chance for these teams to showcase that type of circle. This bottom left half is extremely punishing towards those teams who didn't come into any area with any sort of preparation. Not just any, you need sufficient preparation to not get punished by someone's already there.
Okay, but Tarzan, If you ever looked at the zone and you ever thought just drawing like a little split of a smiley face and just putting some googly eyes in the top? Have you ever thought about that? Is it just me that thinks that? Is it just my silly brain that works like that?
I feel like in my brain it's just colors and lines and shapes, like from
But you could.
You know what? Like I would try that. Maybe it'll give me a new perspective into the game and think about new names when it comes to naming compounds or whatnot. We came up with some very nice ones, around Power Grid and all that stuff. But this circle will be so interesting. Like there's so many teams stuck to the east side of Picado. It's going to be a cluster fight, but excuse me, trying to really blow up. You know what? Like this squad is supposed to be doing better.
Excuse me. Unfortunately for both also example team, I think poor performances from both of them. I like that they're adapting from the previous game, right? They knew that this position was very highly contested last time around, so they took it very early on. And for example, they also wanted to take it early on, but they weren't quite quick enough to the draw. So actually in the desert gunfight, it was excuse me who pulled the trigger first. And it's actually example who are losing those knocks because of it.
You know what? Like, example team is better when it comes to not staying around Chumacera for too long, right? The last time they got stabbed by NDL from the south, from the back. But this is also like reasonable. Come on, excuse me, play around that. Go back to the bot, like between games, you know that they want to share this plateau as well. Excuse me, is a San Martin team. So being as Chumacera team to come in, you can't be, you can't be too careful. You just really need to be. Now, just trying to run for their life is not going to be easy. But on that kill feed there, TRG actually landing a knock somewhere. Example team, this is the price to pay when you come in to expect things won't be different this time round.
They just walked in onto another squad as well with Icy knocked. You could see it on the edge. There will, of course, be none other here, Tarzan and SYRAX that they walk on into. And they're broken here, example team. They do need to defend. That nade barely not finding its way onto Captain. The edge of the wall will save it for now. Hype does get shot up from the side. And nade also onto Captain. Will now not be successful down onto SYRAX. Instead, they will lose their life. And now TRG, they also move in on the kill feed. You can see NDL. Roke is getting knocked. Also example down through to SYRAX, losing Captain as a whole out of the match. And SYRAX controlling their position and actually just staying firm from what is example. They just have nowhere to go because they didn't find that initial position. And now is also Albert walls up. They weren't even expecting this either. But excuse me, would just go for the push. It would go for the kills. In our example, they just looked very, very lost once that initial plan had gone away. And now Reko, surely the last one to fall. Albert jumps up. Reko also jumps up. Back into the smoke they go. Reko knows that they can't find the revive in time. But then the smoke dissipates and Albert blows him up.
And that is exactly what should happen if you enter this type of area without a plan. I mentioned it earlier already. You cannot do that. And that's, excuse me, coming in without a plan B. The plan A was so bold that it was actually given to them first time round. But Londa here from SYRAX, the plan is clear. There are points to chase. There are money to be earned. And they are very aware of the multiple sides as well. I love what they're trying to do. But this side is going to get more and more populated rotations coming in from this western side. They need to think about some adjustments as time goes on.
Oh, if only TSC Ultimate had taken those kills in that third game, because look who's dead. NDL, they're out. So actually, TSC, they were a little bit more aggressive in that last game. They had gone for the push. This could have been maybe a different story entirely, but instead NDL, they have such a buffer, will protect them. There could be a world where TSC, they get maybe a 30-point game. Tarzan, NDL, they go out once more in game 5, but it's very, very far from it.
You know what? Everything could be possible. Who knows, man? But this is now Fear Esports. We talked about them having a chance, like based on the momentum game, and they're playing like they do, and that is so important for them as well. The South Zone tactic, like they had an important game, like so much that it they doubled the amount of points in one game, right? That's a little bit sad to say, but you know, it's good. It's a good way to end today. But you need some 360 angle awareness anyway. Respect will respect that one repositions, but there will be more for them to go through. There's still a chance, though. There are many ways to escape from this bit of a lip.
TSC, they're moving on into Most Wanted's territory. And Most Wanted, the triangular split coming through from them, two in the backside. They are retreating for now. They're using the advantage of the ridgeline. They want to head back into the compound because they have the vehicles there. They don't want to be caught unawares. They don't want to be caught without an exit strategy.
You know what? Like, I'm just looking at the minimap, which you guys should see soon, but TRG is on fire today. Not only did they cleanly squad wipe the side of NDL, they will just come in and say, you know what, fellow team that likes dropping to the northeast, you are going down as well. This is nothing new between these two teams, a Tor Ahumada team and a Campo Militar team, and TRG's finally waking up. Where have you been when the fans are there? Where have you been when you could have done this? Now this time around they want to continue with that good start, but one of them knocked, actually two of them knocked. Team Savage,
they do find one. They need to find the other. And for Team Savage, they're looking to find Yumi, but he goes straight back down to Rattle, and now Rupo, it's all left to him. Team Savage is a disaster. They walked in unawares to TRG, and TRG, they will not have any of it. They will not stop. They will not be silenced, but finally, Rupo will do just that. They silence them away. The final kill goes through. And Rupo for Team Savage, they come up clutch when they needed to. Team Savage, though, again, not clean Tarzan. They didn't go in for that initial rotation. They had to fight for that.
And that was a typical example for TRG to have that momentum, have that flush after taking a very strong win, to disrespect and didn't use a numbers advantage. Yes, and that will be Team Savage to say, you ate them, we eat you. And now they will come in from that northern side. There will be a lot of positions that they need to come through, though. A lot of the key spots have been saturated. Team Triple Esports, though, are in position to maybe farm kills off this circle.
SYRAX also coming in onto the zone, but look who controls it. Look who controls the edge of that hill. It is Triple, but they're two strangers. They control the north side. They take through one. The rest of Team Savage, reduced Rupo, has to pull off something amazing again, but you gotta think they just hold inside that shack and they pray. Strangers also gonna lose down to Costy fighting an extra.
You know what, like this circle is just so tricky. It's all about getting the info and then knowing the limits, right? And so you need to just keep looking around, and even if you seem to have an advantageous position, you need to always assess, right? And so that would be so important. OMA gets blown up. Most Wanted is now on board. Is that 3 in the car? It could have been even 4. Like, OMA is down to 1 right now, and SYRAX has got a chance to push in from Weiss.
Oh no, to kill me, please! Sign is back on board! It's back above their heads! And unfortunately for Strangers, they will not be punished. I mean, to be fair, if you're going to drive that aggressively this late into the game, expect just to be wiped. Excuse me, they will hold on to the ridgeline, and this ridgeline is where it really gets important. To control moving up to this hill, that's where you're really looking for, particularly as this zone does shift. It does shift down towards more side, the south. Yes, I think this is probably one of the harder rotations of it, because actually you rotate in Tarzan, and actually everything is surrounded by Triple, and they control those ridge lines. Moving up, it's going to have to be a slow rotation in for the rest.
And look at Conqueror UK. They actually started moving before the new circle happened. That is brilliant. They know what they can get from their position. They control for the past 3 phases. They've got sideline and say, we need to crash before the zones here is probably going to go there, and they were correct. They started moving now in one of those compounds to apply so much pressure. As a trio, you can still do a lot based on that landscape.
Oh, now though, it is the entrance in, excuse me. Biggie is walking up, but it's the nade rain. It feels like we're watching something from PMPL Arabia once again here, as Triple Esports have so many, it's a plenty of explosives of Naz. moving in. Just one more, but they all miss. They all miss, and that is the difference here. Prada now on the backside as a solo player. They are trying to separate them in return fire.
You know what? The problem right now is Triple need to be worried about the other side. This is where the communication comes through. The experience needs to be there. They can be absolutely sandwiched. And it's also the kill feed awareness when it comes to two teams who could potentially just completely wipe the start of Triple together into that really, really textbook dip.
They two holding in as Triple. They look for the kills. They find maybe one. It will no. Feeders to move on in for Prada. Slices from the top side. Prada goes down though. Now comes the support. The effect of Albert and Kosti pushing in one way at a time. Reznov steps in. Gets caught with Molly in the throwing animation. It is a complete wipe. It's disaster. They try to play it slow, but Athos the only one left alive, and the momentum of Triple is being stopped. It's being stymied. It is being destroyed by, excuse me, Athos' solo players. They step in once more. Will curse them through. Athos to the afterlife, but it's only going to be seeing the rest of his team in hell. As, excuse me, send them packing.
And that's the problem with that position if you didn't apply pressure on the particular side slightly earlier. And that was also just SYRAX helping it out. So they are kind of brothers now. It's really weird to say, but SYRAX on board and will be very important to them. There's still a chance to take away that second spot. The TSC still in game down to a trio.
Most wanted. Also, we mentioned Team SYRAX, they are pushing in. SYRAX still a full squad. Most wanted still as a trio, but look at the zone. Tarzan has gone all the way to the northern side, and you can see here SYRAX are running in for control. They're running in to try to defend. They know they're most wanted. They too, they want to move in, and that is why Cable is positioned on the backside. That is why he is trying to go in for the kills, but this looks a little bit aggressive, trying to find onto ads, but he misses. Now he's revealed his overall location. Has to use this ridge line. Should be safe for now.
You know what? I feel like that pressure is okay if he's thinking about like funneling those players into a different angle where his teammates can catch, but it's not going to be easy after like most wanted would hear that gun sound and just find a new plan now. So that would be SYRAX, maybe a missed opportunity, but Londa, this is not the time to get not buddy. This is, excuse me, wanting to challenge this side.
And the hype as well, stepping up is, excuse me, busy on the front side, taking down strangers. They're on an absolute tear. They take the rotation, they beat out an example. Now they take the kills, but looking for Londa in behind. But keep in mind, Albert's so low. What enough? They need to reset, they need to cool down. Albert's also gonna fall, and there's a final flush through. SYRAX might just give this away for 7 kills. Excuse me, 8. Now, as they are a solo player, Prada does make a revive. You can see on the bottom of your screen, TSC Ultimate as well in their own contention up against Conqueror. Conqueror, they do push in. They do find a grenade, knock down TSC to half, execute them down on the backside, though there's still one remaining, and Bilal, they're trying their best to move in. But can they make it? TSC Ultimate, they've only got slivers of HP. They have nothing really left here. Still strangers on the front side. It is going to be so low. They find one, get on the bottom edge of your screen. They can't find a second. Strangers in the main will also be taken out. And excuse me, they confirm their 10th kill.
And you know what? Huge game by Conqueror right here. Excuse me, was still standing strong. They were almost torn apart because they tried to get engaged onto sides on either side. But that was really Prada just using that ridge and trying to make it work. Then Nachar is in town. Conqueror UK makes it to 4th with 4 kills, and they don't need 4 players.
They do not need 4 players because the 3-player buff is where it's at, and most wanted. The 3-player buff for them too. Tarzan, you don't need full squads to win games. You don't need full squads to take the chicken dinner. 12. Now with 6 kills, they take 2 with the help of, excuse me, the duo. It is a beautiful place from Kosti. They want to try end this on a high. They take 11th now on Miramar. And then for, excuse me, considering that we've had absolutely abysmal Miramar games, this feels like an entirely different squad, almost taking down the Niko too.
And that is just insane. We know they are aggressive. It's like finding that line and making it smart, but Danoka is on fire. Miramar was already hard, but that was even harder. Down to himself. He needs some more ways to get in, though. It could be a time with the other action. SYRAX will be fighting.
To survive. He needs to survive, that is for sure, because he is my pick. He needs to get one more place. Maybe, excuse me, fool. Maybe we do make it into third, but a 13 kill streak, does it get stopped? SYRAX are coming for round 2. They come out to smoke. They execute, but they can't find the damage. They get blown up, excuse me, from the other end of the map. Most wanted up to 7. And now SYRAX knocked, damaged, bruised. Cable on the front side defending away a triple. A most wanted. It's a 1v3, but most wanted do not want to push in. They know they have the zone. They know they have the control.
They don't have the high ground, though. It's time to think about all the possible options. And that's Danoka using that time to move in. Would that be the play? Can he third-party this? Would that ridge line be enough?
Cable, he steps away. Danoka now also going to send a nade. Flush away Cable for the meantime. Cable behind a ridge line. Danoka moving in, going into the side entrance, but here most wanted line wait. He is a solo player. Cable is a solo player. Where is the support from his team? There it is, Hype. They have found Danoka. They will find the damage down to 75% HP. Danoka still alive, still ticking away, but it's a solo. Oh. There the buggy blows him up. Conqueror 2, the final 2. 12 down to half HP with now no third party. They make their attention. They turn on to most wanted in SYRAX. They want this game. They want to also enter this high. They want that second place. They want those kills. Most wanted gonna go down. Ads has nothing to do to defend. The crate drop stops him. And now Ads, he has to move in. He has to play a beautiful game of PUBG. Can he take all 3 down? No, he can't. He watches his team fall, and he will fall himself. SYRAX, they take the chicken dinner.
Well done, SYRAX. Been waiting this for so long. Both of those teams just needed those huge games. You know what? Really good effort by SYRAX, but you know, most wanted. With that game alone as well, they could maybe get to the top 8. That is doubling the prize money. But that game was insane. That circle tests these players like crazy. You know, there's a different way of worrying about them. It's just different ways at different phases of that game. That was insane. We're trying to heat up the Miramar map. You know what? It's getting hot, and very, very hot.
It is getting so spicy now with SYRAX so close behind TS, the ultimate. The battle for second endures through to the final game. Do not leave us. It is going to be an absolute smacker of a final Erangel match.
My name is Farzad Abdullah, and my nickname in game is Fear Farah.
My name is Wilson. My in-game name is Shoxy, and my team is SYRAX Esports.
Trying to achieve the confidence that we want and playing scrim, get the synergy. That's it.
Usually in my free time, I'm a runner, and I'm also into technology and compute, and in Apple, that's what we like to do. Further develop our products and technology. So yeah, in a free time, once I have time, I like to look at those things.
So after the first UK's first PMCO, we all like went apart, and Bilal was my former teammate. He told me let's make a team, and he had in the UK PMCO invitation slot. So we got together, and we don't really have much synergy and experience together, but me and Bilal have it definitely, yeah.
We have Dragon, and he's a support, and he also actually helps new upcoming IGL like Farah and Bilal, who are 2 IGLs in our team. We also have Farah, who I just discussed. He's mainly a fragger, but is looking towards being an IGL and looking into the role and see the aspects of an IGL. And we also have Bilal, who's a fragger, support, and IGL. And yeah, that's what he likes to do. And then we have myself. I'm mainly the free man or fragger in the team, and co-IGL, which I like to make suggestions in the midst of the game. And we also have ODIN, who's a fragger in the team, and yeah, that's all the players. It's actually really an honor. It's my first time, as I started competitive in just the start of 2021, and yeah, I've been progressing a lot throughout my career. I'm very new, and to participate in the PUBG Mobile National Championship is an honor.
I think if there's a way we can win this tournament is by good communication, since we all talk in our mother language, Kurdish. We all are from Kurdistan, and we can communicate well, and confidence is key also.
Sons of ODIN, my former team, actually, they have a very strong roster, and I wouldn't be surprised in the finals if they managed to surpass all the teams immediately and get the top 1 spot. They are a very good and strong team.
I think TRG Esports in my group is not the only team, but like it's not a surprise if they can win the tournament. And the other team, since I'm not playing in the group, I'm not gonna mention any specific teams, but top 3 is Conqueror UK, SYRAX Esports, and Niko Defense League. They can definitely prize everyone.
I like to say keep working hard. In the finals, I like to see how you guys keep the pressure on each and every single one of the individual teams. Keep working hard, and we'll see who gets top 1.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes, £22,000. Now that's a chicken dinner.
And that's all she wrote for these Miramar games. That is all we have now. That was the last game on Miramar, and it was not taken by NDL, as maybe a lot of people expected. It was actually taken home by SYRAX themselves. GG well played. It was a great game and great performance from them. But also don't forget that when we talk about performance, Xiaomi actually has you covered. Thanks to them, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. But really, as I said, that was just a great showcase of their performance here, Tarzan, when you think about it. That big dip that was played on the hilltop was really fun to play around, and I think that especially SYRAX was the team to make the most out of it.
Yes, I think it's rather the trick when it comes to holding that position by Triple Esports, right? We know that's one of the best spot, textbook, but transitioning into phase 6 is get a little bit too crazy. Everyone knows it, so you need to apply pressure early on before people get too close, right? So that would be the reason why they got, stabbed, and both teams just find the opportunistic moment to strike and just make sure that they both got rid of the team from such position. And so that's hopefully some way that we all learned something.
It was just beautiful spray as well through from TRG to find those extra 2 picks. I think also, to excuse me, you have to think that it was absolutely insane quick rotation onto that mountainside, and as soon as example they wanted to try also come in, hug those cliffs to the end game. Actually, it wasn't the case. And I think, for example, it's a very different squad that we're looking at in today. It's not the consistent squad that we are used to of day 1 finals, and they're getting themselves caught out in positions where they actually don't even know what to do, and simple things of just like going together into a fight, they're not even taking as that.
Yeah, I think that is why when I saw their so-called point lead, or basically at top top 1 position from day one. I thought, yes, like they could be PMPL ready, but I'm very unsure. Like I have so much reservations just based on how clean they can make things look. And right now we're back to the basics and they're struggling, unfortunately. So this will be a great experience for them to go back and look at what they've done and really come back stronger.
I love it also the rest of Conqueror slowing this game down for themselves, and actually they dodge out on what could have been a 4th place position. Yes, they still take 3rd, but actually when we think about how close this standings actually is, those 2 points in the end could actually matter for Conqueror. So I like that they're still being very cautious in their approach, and they're still being very aware of the fact that if they just wait, they can let teams like, of course, Excuse Me fall down. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too much space on 3 and 3, but you have to also accept that it was the right play, and there also SYRAX just bullying down Most Wanted on that low round.
And that was just great play towards the end. It's about the setting where the bar is, you know, when it comes to that line and using the covers available to you. SYRAX got allowed to push up too much and was allowed to take 25 points from this game, gentlemen.
Yeah, and the objective for them is very clearly that they want to secure 2nd place. 1st place is out of reach for them, and we'll have to check as we look at the overall rankings later on, but it's not going to be there. But excuse me, I've been actually really impressed with this team, even though they're definitely not PMPL ready as of right now. But I think that this could be potentially, I would say that the future of PUBG Mobile Esports in the UK. I think that Excuse Me is a team that, given time, Highland Wolf, I don't know if you agree or not on this one, but I think the given time, Excuse Me, could be one of the top representatives of the region, but they just need to get a little bit more experience for that to really come to fruition.
Yeah, I've actually had a chance to speak to some of those players like Potter and Costi, and I think for them, obviously, the talent and also the expertise of being in the likes of a PMPL definitely helping here when it comes to pressure in the final 2 games to step up. I think that they definitely did that, but I also think that in their own right, Albert and here the rest of it, Excuse Me, they're also stepping up in their own rights. And I think that, as you said, these are players that with a little bit more experience could see be the next NDL potentially.
Oh, Athis not here. Athis not here. Maybe that's going to be an MVP spot falling down, but a lot of new names here is going to be on our top 5 killers of this Miramar game. Costi's going to be up there with 7 kills coming his way, mostly off the back of that fight they had with Triple, and after that, taking that fight versus SYRAX, and he's going to be toppling a total of almost 1,200 damage, really shredding the competition in that game. But you know what? I'm going to see who absolutely shredded the votes for the team of this 4th and almost final game. We only got 1 more remaining, so you better get them right, but they did. They got SYRAX. They voted for SYRAX a bunch today. That's an extra point coming their way.
Hold up, though.
You know what that means? That's an extra point coming to them.
Hold up,
so they're going to be
Max.
happy. Yeah.
Conqueror got 1st.
No, they got 4th.
No, they got 3rd because it was
in total points. In total points.
In total points. Oh man.
Yeah, I think they got 4th or 5th in total points. So yeah,
I feel basic.
You're not going to cheat. You're not going to cheat the system.
Basic right now.
Nah, you're not cheating the system. That's not how it works, Alan Wolf. Okay, you're not getting anything about that one. But still, once again, another code is going to be available down below. Feel free to take it, copy paste it. I mean, it's on the stream, so you're probably going to have to type it out yourself. So don't be lazy. Type it out in the game, and you'll get the PMNC limited edition parachute for the 2021 edition. We'll see what we get into the future. I would like personally a PMNC limited edition helmet. I think that'll be really cool. So there you go, PUBG Mobile team ideas for you guys at home. But now it is grand old time that we look at the overall standings before we do enter the 5th and final game of the entirety of this PMNC UK 2021 finals and see exactly what we're working with. And 1st place, completely uncontested and impossible to overtake, is going to be none other than NDL, just standing miles ahead of the rest of the competition. But now, as I said, Tarzan, many times, this is now a fight for 2nd, and SYRAX are looking real threatening up against TSC.
I think that is going to be the juice right now. And I think the other side
juicy?
of the juice, I think it's extremely juicy. And then with this that 8th place as well. Just look at that point separation, man. Okay, I'm going to go back to look at this. 4th place is 7 points ahead of 8th place. Right, so that is insane because 4th place you get £1,800. If you came to 8th, that's like half of that. So that is the difference right there. So everyone's still got a whole lot of reason to do their best.
Yeah.
That is insane when it comes to that. When we even look at Team IND, who knows? They pop out, they get a chicken dinner. That is 15 points. And if Triple Esports got very few and the rest got very few, they're up to 4th place. That is the possibilities on the tables, ladies and gentlemen, in just one game.
Look, I'm going to even push that point you just made to an extreme, which is there's only 16 points separating 4th and 12th when you really think about it. I'm already putting it out there. I'm going to put my vote towards Strangers. I would love to see them make it to 4th when they won the 2nd page in just 1 game out of 15 games. I think that is nutty to just even imagine. So Strangers, will see if they can make it happen. And now we're going to check once again the past results of this 3rd day, where NDL took himself 2 games. Fear took himself the 2nd game on Miramar, and the 2nd Miramar game actually went over to none other than SYRAX. Now you've seen it on the schedule. There's only 1 more game remaining. So you got to make sure that you hit those votes and actually hit the nail on the head, because we only have 1 more voting section remaining. As always, you know how it works. If you're on Twitch chat or the YouTube chat, you can put the hashtag of your team in the chat, and we'll take into account a vote right off the bat. So if you want to vote, for example, for hashtag Team Savage, just put hashtag TS in the chat and you will have voted for that team. Island, we're going to start for you, man. This is the last game. Which team are you going for?
Oh, man. I think I'm going to go here for... Let's go with... I'm going to go actually a team that I've not voted for before. I'm going to go with Most Wanted. I was hesitant to go for them in the last game. I went for someone else. Didn't quite work out. I'm going to go with Most Wanted this time.
Okay, fair enough. Most Wanted like to go for a little bit of a curveball to close things off here for the PMNC UK finals. How about yourself, Tarzan?
I'm going to vote for SYRAX Esports. I'll tell you what, I haven't voted for this team at all. Like, out of the 3 of us, I'm the only one who hasn't voted for them at all. But I was waiting for that big game, because I've seen them just according to the stats, right? I'm a man of stats and science, and that will be them this time round. I'd say I'll vote for you. Got a big game. You were 1st place in Group A, and now you come in last game. The hype is there. The hype house is alive, right? So I'm gonna put my vote of confidence in this team.
Okay, fair enough. There you go. That's 2 votes in for the desk. As I said, I'm going to go for Strangers. 16 points, and it would go from 12th to 4th. That would be one hell of a comeback story, but it's still not going to be an easy thing to achieve, and it'll potentially be even a little bit more than 14th, because we do expect some of the teams up there to secure at least 1 or 2 points along the way. So now, waiting for the community votes to actually come on through. And let's not forget what we're dealing with right now. This is our very, very last game. 15 games to try and secure and tell who will be the best teams here in PUBG Mobile Esports for the United Kingdom Conference. And so far, it has been NDL, but we're still going to see who's going to be able to snatch away that 2nd place. It could be TSC Ultimate. It could also be SYRAX. It could be a completely other team right below them. We'll see how things are going to work out as we're going back onto Erangel. But man, it's been one hell of an adventure, Tarzan. You called this team out of NDL doing so well. Do you think they can perform well going into the PMPL Western Europe? Do you think this is a team that not only could qualify there, but could actually do really strong?
I think it comes down to a chat between me and some of their players. It's about the longevity of the team. Like, how and why did they create this team? And do they plan to stay together? I think they've got a very good reason to just stay and try. But like, to my knowledge, some of these players may not be in there again. So like, that would completely change the thing. Like, that topic may be non-existent anymore. That will make us extremely sad, because I want to see teams grow, right? So you want to track them and you want to root for them from the start. And I think NDL, if they decide to stay together, they got a very, very solid chance.
Okay, yeah, I think that they could be definitely one big, scary team to deal with. So we'll have to see. We're going to wait still for the results to come in for the community vote. Hopefully you guys get things right, so you can get yourself 1 sneaky code at the very end to redeem that parachuting game once more. But yeah, Highland Wolf, now we're looking at it. It's the final game. How are your overall feeling now of the UK scene for PUBG Mobile Esports? Are you feeling like there's a clear improvement since last time, or are you like,
yes,
maybe things are a little bit stagnant? How are you feeling?
I think there is definitely a clear improvement. I think also to keep in mind, Lack and Ostra MVP is still one of those other teams guaranteed in the PMPL already. Still very stout. They almost made it through there. They were very close, to be fair. I think that actually NDL, I want to also add on to the fact that they are an insanely stacked roster. And from what Tarzan said, if they stay together, they can continue to build that synergy and improve as a very stacked team. It's just, I think, to an extent, though, if they can't really stay together, how really good can they be in these separate squads? And this is a problem that plagues, I think, a lot of these squads, is that they don't stay together for that long time to build those skills.
Excuse me, Princess. Finally going to be picked up by none other than the community chat itself. Conqueror and also Team Savage are going to be up there. I said it. I told you Tarzan had to do that, Drake, eventually, man. I had to put the Zelda reference eventually, but great to see a few different names coming in here. Conqueror at the very end with Excuse Me. Savage has been continuously voted for by the community, so it is great to see a little bit of support for them, even though it does end a little bit short at the very end. Never know, Team Savage could be just like Excuse Me, one of these teams in the future that could be a really big representative for the UK conference, so hopefully we'll see how things are going to work out. But as you said, you're going to have yourself our very last game, 15th game here on the board on Orangle. The map started it all, and we're going to end everything on it this time around. G2C is going to be able to take themselves a win. NDL, if they could get himself 3 in a day, would be absolutely phenomenal, even though the odds of that happening are relatively low. But it's NDL we're talking about. Tarzan's the boys. No, he's been talking about quite some time. Maybe get himself a win. But overall, how are you feeling this last game is going to go here, Tarzan? How do you think things might be shaping up?
I think there will be some changes that I love to see. A little bit of targeting is what I would love to see. Because we are talking about, okay, what's on the line? Why do you play? You play for, experience. You play for qualification to represent. You play for also prize money. And then also, most importantly, that is not, okay, that doesn't go against any of that. It's experimenting. You have flexibility of your style and all that stuff. So I want some change. I want something completely new that you can even throw me off guard.
Okay, we'll see if it's going to be throwing us off guard. I'm hoping to have a little bit of juice this time around, as the XQC would like to say. Boys, take the game away. This is game 15 here for the PMNC UK finals. Enjoy it.
Juicy 14 games we've had it. It's a final juicy one to follow. We're going to make it like a juice blender here. It's going to turn out to be a smoothie with a final matchup and a few more kills to add into the pot. I mean, these people, they're like blueberries jumping down onto this. We're gonna put them all in. We're going to blend them real good.
And you know what? In this one, we're back to some spicy ones. A pretty southern playing path will mean two things. Right? Will mean that SYRAX can easily get to Novo. We'll get a good amount of teams touching where they want. Draw the line to Yasnaya from Quarry. I'd say everyone can go there easily, but Gatka will be a bit more volatile. And for those teams who love going to South and North Georgia Pole, so NDL cannot go there in the usual way. TeamOma, which is a team that we kind of almost forgotten, can't go there either. So we will have a bit of change coming through, and Xenotactics pulling off something that we've never seen before. TSC will not go for Melter Power and go back to maybe Quarry and that Western Coast instead. This is going to be a bit of a change. You know what? IND, you are getting dropped upon.
IND, they're getting dropped upon by two squads. Also, NDL, they're heading to Novo, but looking to stop SYRAX from a third position. My goodness gracious me. Or meanwhile, Xenotactics going for a crazy 1-1-1-1 split across the entirety of Orangle. This zone only adds even more to the craziness.
You know what? This is going to be IND and SYRAX to be put to the test. They're so used to having nobody on the South Island. And now that we've got this crazy 50% water circle in phase 1, they need to think about how to get in. Do we cross first, then go towards that western side, or do we cross west, then go onto that other bridge? It's going to be quite hard to think about. Everything's been changing, so this is the ultimate test. You need to play by what's in front of you, adapt, and stay cool.
Northern teams, make a Northern rotation. I want to see squads entering down from George Pole across from Roshawk. I want to see them enter a zone from there. That's the best and easiest, safest way for squads if they don't want to get taken out early to rotate. But from the south side, that's where it gets interesting. Lipovka as well, also going to have some heat in between Sons of Odin and Strangers, but Strangers are already being pushed back. They don't want to fall down in this early skirmish. The Sons of Odin will control, but I also want to draw back even lower to the fact that actually here the side of IND, they are now in 8th position. If they survive, they can grab the kills, but I have to hold on for that because the opposite end here, NDL, oh my gracious me, it's kill fighting all over its south front. And IND, we can see them there, but not before SYRAX. They lose one instant. Can see the Windows shot premix goes straight back downstairs. And Nade a little bit too spicy for him. It's triple. They are split. It's a 1-1-1, and Apis is on his own.
Oh, it's going to be a bit crazy, though. No one's come close to challenge this one. Does IND know their drop? Are they just here because it's empty? This is time to push someone away. That nade landed significant damage. The last first aid's been used.
He's going in. Naz, he wants a kill, but can they find it? No, they will not. They go back upstairs. They have not got the bravery to take down IND just yet. Maybe if they had all gone as a team. Instead, Kronos, he walks up the stairs. He will be first to greet Triple at the edge of the first floor. IND on the bottom. Grenades getting sent in. I think he might regret his decision. You can see also Strangers falling down to Xena Tactics on net. Dash away from Lipovka. Is there also Triple in the midst? Kronos trying to fire, but it's Xena Tactics as well, finding more, as well as Premix finding even more onto Reznov. And it is kills everywhere, every which way. Premix jumping in for a second. They cannot find a spray. They reload. Reznov down.
Oh my god. This is what we are living here for. This is what we want to see. IND is trying to put on the fight. It's not going to be easy. Challenge that once again. The pre-fire comes through extremely strong from Triple Esports.
Naz, he confirms. He tries to bleed. Yes, he will confirm the kill through. Naz, there's still one more though. There's still one left of IND. Triple, they've not had a single member lost. They will stay everyone here alive in the edge of this first game. And they subjugated IND from the south side. And can now the rest of NDL do the same against SYRAX? Is going well for them, keep in mind too.
Man, you know what? Like, IND just need to pray right now. There's nothing more for them to do. Just say, pray, don't take away our 8th place. But I think that will be a bit of a tough call. This circle is extremely different. The rest of the map, when it comes to phase 1 and drop location, extremely different as well. Like, every single point will matter so much right here.
OMA as well, 13th position, Tarzan. I think they missed out on an opportunity. I think they missed out on what could have been something beautiful. And yes, it will actually take one of SYRAX down from the opposite end. I mean, is OMA even together? It feels like they 2-2 dropped to both here, IND and also SYRAX. It feels like they just want to ruin the day of every single team on this south end.
Oh my lord. And that SYRAX actually getting pushed out of that position so early. And you know what? There's so many possible third party as well. Everyone's been put to the test. TSC will actually be able to get to some very key positions here for this phase 1 circle. This secondary drop spot of them around Quarry will place them very close to some key position. And Team Savage, a Gatka team, will also be around. So it will be about those pacing early game and not to have their guards down while finding a place to call home.
I'll be very, very stealthy right now. Not going to make a single sound. Will wait for the rest of the support of his team to continue that push in through to the zone. OMA, though, it is striker slightly lucky with that zone. It had gone towards the south side, keep in mind. And I think actually towards the strongest position of this zone, those hills just above Ferry Pier, those are Angle 2.0 hills. That's what I'm really looking for these squads to hold. I mean, right now, just above it, it is still going to be TSC, Albie, in amongst Team Savage. But he did make a little bit too much movement, and it did get caught. Yuri, then they will only tickle, but the rest of Team Savage are here. And I just want to see now the full flushing. I think they're using a little bit too much of those supports, of those throwables, but they do safely confirm Albie down nevertheless.
You know what? Like, that is what you need as well. Like, the support to come in early. You know, this is why it's so important to have, you know, thoughts like, I'm going to do this if, please do something. Like, that is something that's lacking so much. People are just so used to not having that as well. And same for excuse me, they've not been pulled up by other teams around Pachinki. That is going to change right now. Example team says, you know what? We will catch you off guard.
Oh, but the turnaround from Albert was even more beautiful. And Tarzan, he outplays them both. Icy, Rekko now stepping up. Needs to revive back onto 2. It will be a reset of both of these squads. But, I mean, that could have been an easy flush through from example. You have to feel.
You know what? There's too huge of a split coming through as well. Example should get the reset unless the Sun, excuse me, have the best timing. Those nades are actually very, very well. The support needs to come through. You need more than your feet. And there goes the buggy. Here comes the rotation. Maybe a 2v3 chasing them down with the relative high ground.
They are Icy on the edge. They're trying to find the peak fire.
Nice.
They can't. Icy down. Albert just plays it better. Takes down Rekka with 4 knocks for Albert now. Can he find the 5th? Can he go even higher than the amount required of a squad? The captain is so low, but Albert charges in anyways. He wants to flush. 1 bullet remaining. Reload, switches for a second and grabs it. A outplay of the century from Albert. And Max, you hyped him up, but excuse me, this is the squad of the future.
Oh my lord, this is brilliant. That 2v3 or arguably 2v4 right there. We talked about it. You can't just say, hey, I'm going to do this for this one reason. That rotation to get close to teammates as well as baiting shots, that was perfect. The distraction also with the car sound to cover the audio cues from the footstep. It was really, really clean 2v3 to capitalize off the side of example team not using that little bit of elevation to keep their sights lines open. That was beautiful. And they claimed Pachinki before moving into the circle.
How aggressive are NDL though? Look, Jody is a solo player for NDL, but he went to the lighthouse. He's trying to pull off what could be the gatekeep here. He's trying to cut down OMA. But OMA, they still hold on. No knocks for now. Jody did reveal his position. He might regret that. We said he was a solo. And the rest of his squad is still to rotate across that bridge, but OMA, they are here and they control that bridge as 4.
You know what? It's time for them to blow up, and it's so hard though if you don't know your positions. Everyone clumped in that one house. If I were NDL and I know the map, there's such a good way to really choke it, but Jody with the level 1 helmet almost got knocked, and this is not the place to do that. You really want to make these big splits count. You cannot afford doing that when the rest of the team's so far away. Jody playing with his luck right now is also the test to his mentality and strength.
But tell me, how do NDL choke that? Because the rest of the team, they're not even there.
Exactly. I mean, like, that is the problem. This is a very good spot to mention. Like, he's here to maybe get that info, but does he want to play loud? Maybe, so that people don't even come close. But that support between teammates will be extremely hard. An ocean separate, basically. But we have now SYRAX needing to hold on to that spot. They got dropped upon down to 2 players, and TSC, right, will just say, I'm going to take this into my own hands. Of course, they don't know that as SYRAX, but when they do, it will be celebration time.
SYRAX were going full submarine mode there. I mean, that's not a boat if I've ever saw one. Boats did not have wheels the last time SYRAX I checked on PUBG Mobile. TSC Ultimate Tam will confirm that they don't put their 2 sneaky feet back on land. OMA, though they are crossing in further, they maybe sense that this was all bark, no bite through from NDL. Jody, he's got to pull off the defense 1v4. How good are these players as a solo, not as a squad? Jody steps out. Can he find one? Switches to the secondary. The car jumps back because Jody is just too spectacular of a knock through from OMA.
You know what? Like, OMA just been so decisive on that one. They've got 2 kills to start the game. Would take their 3rd without any hesitation. You just come in, and then that would be Jody not thinking about a possible retreat strategy. So the possible MVP of a tournament will just end his run early after, I mean, so much work's been done. This game is still early though, and what the hell is going on right now? A little bit of banter coming through as well. Nice car show by NDL, and that is going to be what I didn't expect at all, to see NDL and Triple to clash over on that South Island.
Those driving skills, though, that bench feels that pain of those front bumpers. NDL, they still continue to push, though. Triple moved down to a solo, but we have to start their getaway into that main portion of Erangel because the zone is shifted back towards mainland once more. And we've mentioned about the hills of Erangel 2.0 just above the ferry pier. I like that, excuse me, that they're playing for that because just above there is all fields, Tarzan. It's much more open and there's not much protection for a lot of those northern squads to rotate down into.
And that is, once again, test of map knowledge. I know, guys, I talk about this all the time. But there's particular circles where you really need to rely on one small dip, one hay bale, and one rock. And this is the type of circle that requires that so much. And we will need to see how these teams come in. The pacing of the rotation, the car formation as well will be extremely key. TRG actually are in one of the strongest spots. If they just shift that position slightly more forward to that northern side, they will have brilliant sight lines towards that center zone and can inform themselves of the later rotations.
Still, SYRAX hold on into what could be a difficult position for them. I mean, look at Triple. They're now in 3rd position. SYRAX, they're in 4th. But we don't have the members to really answer, and neither do TRG here in their own fight. They're down to only 2 players, and for here TRG, I think also the opposite real strength here inside the zone are these small compounds just towards the coastal line. I think with TRG, they need to be playing a little bit more up front though, because that ridgeline into, or should I say, small kind of little bit of a hill into TRG, it wasn't played defensively enough, and that's what allowed Strangers just very easily to roam into this compound, which should be, in theory, hard to breach, and they still grab one anyways.
Yeah, you know what? Like TRG's been not using their positions to the best, right? But that is also strange as we want this because Max wants this as well, and we are friends, obviously. And they would just come in, and that's so much confidence coming through. And they may be the very usual team that would just blow up towards the end of the tournament, the last day, or even the last game. And this is like it's now or never, because if they got that game, it's going to make so much difference when it comes to that, prize pool, as well as ending it on a high note. That can really help when it comes to team dynamics and cohesion.
A sour end there for Xena Tactics. As it for like the last game, only 23 points for them. They were able to find a kill in this game before falling out once more. I think I just want to go back though. I mean, friends, can we realistically be like friends outside of broadcast? Because you told me you were going to divorce me essentially yesterday, game 4. I mean, it progressed quickly downwards, our relationship here, Tarzan.
You know what? We'll talk about it. Don't worry about that. We can have more than one friend. I just want to make sure that that's a little bit sad. But you know what else is sad? This new circle. What the hell is that? Like, okay, you know what? We got that, submarine strat going on for a lot of these teams. If I were OMA, I would send one player to do that, because with their position alongside the teams who would think about the people leaving and coming in through the bridge, it's going to be so hard to get in, and we'll have submarines for sure, and then TRG and Strangers need to hold down multiple teams, and this field, so unforgiving.
That compound is so important for those 2 squads, but you mentioned the field here. This is also where Team Savage, the final game, if anywhere Team Savage had to be more aggressive, this is the opportunity to experiment, to try to go for that. Yes, it is risky. Yes, they may fall down, but if you're not going to take the risks, you may just be oppressing.
You know what? This circle is just so hard. You need to think about whether you've got certain information first before you strike, but Albert doesn't need any. And that will be the run over for Sons of Odin. Excuse me, will continue, and they doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon.
That's his 7th knock for 8 kills right now. By Albert alone, if there was a knock counter, I would just love to put it down on the side here every single time we look at Albert, because he is popping off when it comes to this final game. And so are NDL. I mean, rightly so, they've got themselves now across the bridge. They've been popping off all tournament, but can they pop off once more? They've already lost Jody. Jody did get knocked as a solo player, being a little bit too aggressive. Rourke is now playing as a solo. I think NDL, they're kind of memeing at this point, right? They're trying to see, can we take these teams out as a solo? We're kind of just giving everything over as Albert once again on that kill feed.
You know what? Like in the Chinese proverbs, we did have a saying called, there's a mountain that's taller than every mountain you see. And that is the chance for NDL to not really just troll this or whatnot. They need to get think about the should have, could haves in every small thing, and then really carry that over to wherever they go. They're amazing players, extremely talented, mindset really set apart. And then we have right here TSC not giving up yet, controlling that gas station, so important. Albert find a very very sweet spot. My vocabulary's out of the window. This game is crazy. This is another test once again, and the gods of PUBG would not let them go. Open field finish very likely for this one, and then every point still counts.
Oh, Albert, this is a test. 7 kills. I mean, my words would be gone. And watching Albert's performance, he is putting on a clinic into this lobby right now. NDL, maybe we might have met match, is Jaja and Euphoria. Here it is still, excuse me, pushing everyone aside. I mean, they're in 9th position right now, but look, a good position in this game, good placement points, they could actually aggress themselves all the way up to 4th.
I think that's very, very likely. They just have to give everything, and I think they are. Like, they are a team doesn't have a problem to switch on. Like, even for the types of games that they go out early, it's almost in NDL style. So like that is not a problem like for this team, and I think it's still early for them. NDL though, this is time to like have a brilliant finish at the same time with Jaja. Brilliant outfit, need to control that side. It's going to be a shift once again towards Strangers. That might be it. This might be Max's chance after all this time. The prediction is coming true, and Stranger's been playing confidently as well. I think the gods of PUBG are just helping those who are helping themselves.
Oma is still going for it. They still want to take down SYRAX. They will not stop. They are relentless onto this SYRAX solo. They need to keep themselves alive as long as possible. It is do or die right now for SYRAX in 4th position. They won't take 3rd, but they can try to defend their own current top. Excuse me, they are the ones on the tear though. They're trying to take down NDL. They're putting the damage in. You can see the counters, you can see the numbers popping. Can they find one? Can they find that initial knock? They're trying to separate once again. And NDL, they are caught in what is an absolutely disgusting position. Excuse me, Prada, on the end, will also take down one of Oma. So it only continues into these knocks.
You know what, excuse me is doing great, and that's the blow up. And that is excuse me knowing that they don't have to go all the way in. They can use this top 4 now, and that is it. Just so many teams falling down, and this is going to be so ruthless. Excuse me continues with their 14th, maybe 15th. They understand the fact that they don't have to get a spot first before they strike, and that's 15 coming through, and they have no sign of stopping.
Excuse me, they're smurfing on this last game. Where were they all tournament, Tarzan? This is an absolute stomp of a game coming through from excuse me. Against all odds, they rise in the last 2 games, and they will not fall quietly into the night of this tournament. They will stand tall. They will look for the other push. They are keeping the momentum alive.
And that is crazy. The prize pool difference is so crazy as well. They can jump all the way to 3rd place from 8th. That is insane. But you know what? That is what it can do for you if you keep your head cool, if you can find the balance between that aggression and then also giving up. They know exactly what they can do, what they have to do, and they can now control the side still, be causing so much pain to all these players on that northern side.
And this is all excuse me's game. Look above them. Dead, solos, duos, that's all that's left above them, Tarzan. There is only going to be, down below the rest here, all of the underdog squads to rise up. This is the story of how far these final 9 teams can climb, right? Yes, there are still going to be those 5 or those 4 up above, should I say, but they're realistically not going to be able to win. I mean, SYRAX already won, Triple already the other. Are those solos on the cliff side? They're effectively done. Out from this match.
And you know what? Like, Triple is trying to make things interesting as well. Now that Reznov is maybe down to his lonesome, he's got a very important spot for him to escape from all this crazy action. But you know what? Excuse me, not done yet, and that is the 17th.
Can they get 20? Is that even possible in this game? TSC Ultimate down, unfortunately, in the midst of the sightlines of a rampaging, excuse me, and Ammo's wanted. Also, the other full squad here remaining in this game. They do close up in a position on the edge of the coastal line. beautiful spot might I add, but they still got 2 more to get inside that zone, and they are gate cats in the north.
You know what, like, it's just very different styles right here to escape, and that is the style for, excuse me, is to sweep every single thing. That is the 18, but at what cost? But they don't have a choice, though. They need to come into the zone if they want to take more than kill points.
Team Savage, they're trying to jump in, they're trying to steal us away. They will have just found it. Only Albert left. Albert has been on that tear that we mentioned, but Team Savage, they're a different beast. They are the beast. As the logo suggests, Albert now has to pull off the miracle. Can they find another 1v3?
Oh.
They take down UV, the quickest pops I've ever seen. He didn't even notice it.
That is just so weird for me. At the same time, Rupo could have come in to support, and that is Albert, like, just being very careful, and that's good play. He don't know where the support is. Where's the rest of the players? Where's the rest of the enemy? And now he's coming in. We've seen Albert done his survival skills on this map before. They got them all the way to double digit. Can they do it again? Can he do it again now that this time is not 0 kill point, but almost 20? There is still a chance. This is still a game for everyone. Those basics have to come through, and that includes parkour from the side of SYRAX. Hype still in there trying to get every second. Just every extra second is really going to make a difference.
That's some Olympic level climbing wall I've seen from Hype to have to get up. I don't think that's going to be the case. Hype has to pray. That zone continues to be on the south side. The zone will not be mean to them alongside Triple. Also, going to Hype of Reznov. He did climb up in Conqueror on the other side. Still is that trio. They do have to defend against everyone still up in front.
And that is Team Savage done, and that is their run for this PMNC. They've done so many great things with very clear learning points coming into the future as well. And same for Albert. Unfortunately, excuse me is out, but excuse them and the rest of the team. What the hell was that last game? That was phenomenal PUBG by them. 18 kills.
18 kills, and the fact that they were also able to take what is now 6th position for them. I don't think it was a result they really wanted. Had they survived a few extra places, they would have also beat out Team Savage, potentially even SYRAX and Triple, but it was a phenomenal attempt. I mean, 18, that's, I think, the highest we've really seen, next to also NDL. I mean, maybe even beating NDL in most kills per game here in one game alone.
Yeah, I think so. And that is just them leaving history. And I think those are very important when it comes to a team saying that we are good. Yeah, it's not the best result, but we know we can do it. Let's fix a few things and go further. And this now is going to be so tricky. Most ones actually have a very good split, and they need to hold it down, though. The dips for them to play, can they make it through? That will be a Conqueror UK to come in.
And he is down. Hard man. Will that be confirmed? Yes, Triple Reznov surprised them, but TRG, there's nothing left for them either. 5th will be where they fall. Is also their Triple falling down too. Strangers are coming in for the backside. 4 kills, still a duo. They still want to take down the full squad remaining of Most Wanted. Yes, there's Nox, but Most Wanted control the zone, and this could be theirs. I mean, could we get here a double pointer for our community and the cast of votes? That's a beautiful way to end it for us, as that grenade finds through. It is true, Zephyr. And now 1 death in behind a vehicle, but they've put themselves in a corner. There's nowhere for them to go. 1 grenade just ends them.
You know what? It's also a very tricky angle to get as well. It's a third party that they need to look out for. Strangers is in here. It's all the squads that we picked. Let's see who is better. SYRAX is out. It's just finally out. And the 4th place is a very good one. But now there's the fight. Now it's the cluster fight. There's the smoke. There's the spray.
Most Wanted, this is their game, though. Tarzan Danoka's the only one left alive. Most Wanted, they have to push Antis down, yes, but the blue zone's here, and Most Wanted are certainly there to the 2. Oh, Most Wanted take that final game in Tarzan. What a closure here to take us through. I predicted Most Wanted. I had the faith inside for them to take this win, and they did just that.
I think it's very important. We talked about this team. You know, I personally know some of these players as well. I think it's not the best performance that they could have shown, but you can see potential for sure. And for us to have one of us to pick them in this game and actually won the first ever chicken dinner in this tournament, this is a good sign. I think it's about going forward as well. What a great way to end this tournament.
What a great way for Most Wanted to close as well. Excuse me, biggest kill we've ever seen in the finals. What a show. But we're going to break it down and also have an interview here with NDL. So it is going to still be exciting after the break.
And that's all she wrote. That is our 15th game done and dusted, and so will be also done and dusted the entirety of our finals here for the PMNC UK Conference 2021 edition. And what an event it's been. A great way to close it off, of course, for Most Wanted. They had some great macros in general in that game, but at the end, we got to look at the leaderboards in general to see who's going to be on top of this one. Can it make a difference? Not really, but excuse me. Tarzan, I'm hearing you laugh there. Like, 18 kills?
Man, like,
how?
You know what? Like, that team name is really doing something interesting, right? But this is the right time to say it. Excuse me, you're dead. Excuse me, 18 kills? What a great way to end this, like, this whole tournament. And that was the way to play PUBG. Like, they understood some very fundamental bits, and so it's just really aggressive, but at the same time knowing their limits, just making it work. And that was amazing gameplay.
It's just fantastic to see that coming out from, excuse me. And Highland, you voted for Most Wanted. I gotta say, Most Wanted, the reason why they got himself in that position, and tell me if you agree, is they waited to go for the high ground and actually get access to that position in the first place. And that's where it worked out so well for them. But at the end here, we're gonna have to look at our champions, none other than NDL themselves. Congratulations to NDL, securing himself not only a huge portion of that £22,000 coming their way, but they're also securing himself the only and highly contested slot in the PMPL Western Europe Full Split 2021. Congratulations to them. We got a lot of highlights to go over about this team, but NDL just surprised the masses here, Highland.
NDL did just that. I mean, coming through, yes, they said they were going to step up, but to step up to this level, even on the final day, I think this was their most unclean day, but is a blip on the radar. And I think it was to an extent that NDL, they knew already that with a few good results, even in game one, that they were going to roll away with this tournament. They were going to roll away with that PMPL spot. And what a team, what a scary team that is going to represent us as a UK region alongside Lac Nostra MVP. I mean, I'm just going to say this region's looking pretty darn stacked.
And I think, you know what, like, I just can't wait for that interview to see what's going through their heads. Like, now that this is the case, what are they going to do with their lives? Because I know some of these players, they've got plans in life. They've got plans when it comes to future teams or whatnot. So that is going to be so interesting. So I want to hear something that I don't expect and want to have some, you know, like, suspicion when it comes to all these stuff. You know, like, I think Jody is going to have a very good one for us, and maybe it's not him, the rest of NDL, but that will be it, gentlemen, our top three, and this is the final standings of our tournament.
Absolutely mental. 204 points over the course of 15 games. That is above the 10-point average by a significant margin too. So NDL really setting the bar up for the next generations of PUBG Mobile players for the United Kingdom side of PUBG Mobile Esports. So really good stuff from NDL. Really happy to see them and can't wait to see what they can bring to the table in the PMPL that is happening in just a few months' time, 1 or 2 months' time actually. But other than that, we were talking about them quite a bit, Tarzan. It's TSC. You know, they caught themselves back up into it. This third day was huge for TSC, and I think that they cannot go away feeling bad about their performance because they played some great PUBG Mobile.
Yes, you know what? Like, I'm not just, you know, happy for them. There's another team that I want to talk about. Most Wanted was like 10th place before this game, and they got to 4th place. They're officially 800, you know, pounds richer from that one game. You know what? Yeah. It's time to go for something very special right here, Max.
True to true. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time now to have an interview with one of the winning players of NDL, and that's going to be none other than Jody himself from the team of NDL. Congratulations, Jody. Thanks so much for joining us here on the desk to have a quick little interview with you, man. How are you feeling after being the champions here of this PMNC?
Well, obviously we're happy that we've won, but I'm really excited to see the UK region excel. I'm really happy how they've improved over the years. Playing the PMNC UK right now, beforehand, all I played is the tier 2, tier 3, some Xenotactic scrims. So I didn't get a real feel for the UK scene, but now I'm happy it's where it's at. I'm happy that we're representing the region, and it feels good. I'm happy.
I think you guys can definitely be super proud of your performance, and I just can't wait to see how you're going to do in the PMPL that's just about in the corner. Highland, Tarzan, I don't know if you guys have any questions.
Yes.
Highland, we'll start with you.
I mean, I just wanted to say, of course, you've been in tier 2, tier 3s in tactic scrims. I mean, just high five, because that's where also I started out. But I wanted to understand, how did you and the rest of your team really come together? Because you've got the likes of PMGC talent, Rolkers as well on board.
It was funny because we all met through the European PMCO. We were rival teams during the PMCO. What happened was we had a team, Scrim Farm. Our roster was me, Jaja, IU, and Navy. And what Godsent done is they stole one of our players from us. And they stole Navy from us and took him to Godsent. So that's how we got to know Godsent, and now we were friends with Rockers from there. We were talking through Navy, and we just knew each other from there. Me, IU, and Jaja have been in a team. Euphoria now his name is. We've been in a team for a long time, about 3 years probably. Yeah, so a really long time. We knew each other for a long time. Yeah.
Okay, damn, 3 years. That's pretty impressive. Tarzan, how about yourself? Do you have a question for the man?
Well, you know what, Jody, we never really have a proper chance to chat, but I know I spoke with some of your teammates, and I know they've got some plans about, going into the future. We know how the scene is like, people change teams all the time. It's lovely that 3 of you spend so much time together. But Rokas may have other plans, I don't know, and we've seen Will play a little bit as well, and he may have other plans. So now that you've got this spot, right, going back to some of your old comfort, old teammates, and you coming back from Alpha Legends after playing PMPL Arabia as well, what will be the situation now? Are you guys going to stay together and say, you know what, now that the region's grown, and now that we get this spot, let's use it? What are your thoughts?
That is a sticky situation. We're still trying to figure that out, because Rockers does have a team to come back to. So does Will, which is one of our subs. So right now we're trying to organize what's going to happen, but we don't really have any plans right now. We still have to talk that out, to be honest. We don't really have any future plans. For me personally, I believe this is going to be my final run. I don't think I'm going to continue competitive. I think I've had a good time. I think this is a good time to stop.
Oh wow. Okay, well, that's unfortunate to hear, man, but you're closing it off with a bang, right? You're going to have a good old time finishing off being the top team right now in the UK. Must feel really good, but I just wish you really the best of luck in all the projects you're working on in the future. But before we potentially wrap up this interview, unless Highland, you had another question, or Tarzan, if you had another one. Oh, you got another one? Okay,
I was going to ask
go ham.
as well. I mean, while I've got you here, I mean, I just wanted also to ask, because it was a big step up, right? You said again coming in to this tournament, how did you feel mentally coming in, and what were your expectations versus now coming out at the end, your expectations today?
Yeah, so when we came in, we thought, okay, let's just play how we normally play. Let's try be aggressive, really capitalize over the gun skill, because we know our gun skill is strong. So once we started trying to push teams, get a high kill games, we started seeing some mistakes being made that really started stopping us from getting those placement points, as I've seen in the leaderboards. So what we wanted to do is we had a group chat and we said, okay, we don't think that we should really focus on placement points. because I think we were being really consistent by just getting kill points, always getting 10 kills, 11 kills. We thought, right, we should get minimum 10 kills and then let the game happen. We should let the zones tell us what to do. So then, from using that mindset, we developed a very, I would say, consistent strategy. However, there were some times where obviously things didn't go as planned. Some people have died. I've made like a couple mistakes. So have my teammates. So obviously the game it's not a really extremely predictable game. So I've just got to say, you just have to play your best. We just tried to play our best. That was what we wanted to do, coming in, do whatever we can.
I mean, you guys definitely tried to play your best, and you did just that. So congratulations to you once again, being the champion here of the PMNC UK Finals 2021 edition.
Thank you.
Production told me that was the last question. I got a last one for you. Do you have anything you want to say to the fans out there of NDL, the people that have supported you from the very start?
Honestly, just because we won doesn't mean we're the best team. There's a lot of good teams in there. I think we just got the luckiest, personally. I really enjoyed playing against a lot of the teams, including Most Wanted. They're really good friends of mine. Also some Triple, some of my old teammates, Abstract and Reznov were my old teammates. Like, there's some really good talent in there. Excuse me too, they're really good. So I just think if anyone at home wants to do something like we done, it's honestly possible. I didn't think 2 years ago, I didn't think I'd win. I wouldn't be in this position, but it's possible for anyone. Just keep working hard.
Inspirational wins of PUBG Mobile tournament, and also humble. I'm jealous. I hope I was you, man. So once again, congratulations on the victory here, being the best team in the UK. I wish you best of luck in any kind of project you work in the future. And you never know, might see you in the future again. I would love to see you around because it was great to see you play. So thanks so much. Once again, congratulations, and we'll see you around very soon.
Thank you. All right, bye-bye.
That's going to be it for the interview. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking through that one. A lot of great insight from Jody, I'm going to say, Tarzan. He brought a lot of good insight. I think that especially he said that he did not feel like the best team. It really goes to show how strong they actually are and how much respect they were given to all the other teams in the lobby, which I think is a great mark of a strong team with a lot of potential.
Yeah, I think it's about mentality, right? To know that there's always, just during that broadcast, I say, like wherever you are, there's always someone better than you. And to have that mentality is just so important. And that is also, just some of the very much needed skill that needs promotion, that preaching within the scene. So Jody coming in and say, yes, we smashed everyone, but then I have this, I consider other aspects of my life that I have to consider. It's just a very much needed and balanced view to approach this game, and just maybe, your life as a gamer in general.
Know what? I just got told it's time for us to check out the MVP. We know as a fact NDL is the best team of the tournament and taking himself at first place was above 200 points. But who's going to be the MVP of the event? We just had the guy on for an interview. It's none other than Jody himself, the man, the myth, the legend of the UK, is going to be taking home at that MVP spot, and also the £450 to go just with it. I'm sure he's going to make really good use of that in any project he works on in the future. But Island, you're looking at this 35 kills out of 15 games. This guy was just nutty.
Absolutely nutty is a perfect way to describe him. Over 5,000 damage as well. I mean, Jody was putting in work when it came to whether he was getting a kill or not, and it's an absolute rampage through this lobby every time. I think he gave himself less credit than what he's worth, to be fair, but actually he's
humble, man.
Yeah, he's absolutely insane in the battlegrounds.
He's the perfect man.
It's the perfect man. Maybe Max, man, you need to slide into his DMs afterwards. But I mean, Jody, once again, credit, a very aggressive player, and I think with the team behind him, this could be a very scary squad, and the run could be there.
Man, you know what? Like, this game and this team, they show so much potential, but raw gun skill, he talked about it already, is what they're relying on. So we want to see these players again with sometimes some plays that's been made possible with a little bit less effort, and that's where the big brain comes in. Jody leading the charts, 2.33 kills per game, will be our MVP of this tournament. Much well deserved.
Surprised we're not seeing actually Euphoria being up here, especially seeing how strong of a performance Euphoria was able to pull through on the very first day, actually, of this PMNC finals. So really good stuff to see from these guys. 2 of these are going to be up there. Jaja up there, 2 for NDL. But Hitman was 2.11. One player clearly here, Highland, was some of the most experienced coming into this tournament. He's going to be second place at the end with 2.11 kill average per game. But still, Hitman did a lot of heavy lifting for Conqueror this game. They still can be really proud of their results.
They for sure can, as well as I think at this closing with Triple D Esports, and now I should say Triple Esports with 2 overall. I mean, a beautiful, again, carry through from his team. I think Triple, another one of those squads that with a little bit of time, a little bit more experience, could really step up. They did brilliant things in the group stage, and again, beautiful to see Tam in there for TSC Ultimate, to see some pride from that squad, because as TSC as an organization as a whole in the UK scene, they've improved leaps and bounds since spring.
I think especially today, Tam was just so good at what he was doing, especially that Miramar game. I'm thinking back on Tam. That's probably the game that put his name on the map this time around. And Athis too, he's going to be up there. I can't wait to see what he's going to do if he does get back with Eastern Stars, with Kapahala. That is the deadly duo I can't wait to see come on my screens once again. And when we're looking at the top players throughout the tournament in terms of average damage, it's going to be Rolkis up there with 423 damage for himself. Really not surprised. You see this guy fragging out all the time, Tarzan, right? And him being the top player in terms of damage, because he likes his own teams away so often, I'm just not really surprised.
Yeah, you know what? Like, I think he's got plans for himself for sure. Like, now that he's showcased something in this region, is really showing, you know, some of these players. It's a great experience to play against him, especially maybe in some CQC, like certain moments in how to control a certain pocket. You know, the experience come in, and then it's basically like that ripple effect that we want to see to help each other grow, even as opponents.
Yeah, we'll see, of course, knowing that Rolkis is going to have another team normally going into the PMPL, but intrigued to see and follow his adventure. Let's not forget, the only player that was here that has some PMGC experience. We'll see if he can make it back at the end of the year for the UK. But that's it now. It is time for us to also check out the community voting results to see who takes the win at the very end. And it is us, 2 days in a row. We are the champions. Woo. I didn't do much lifting. You guys carried me most of the time, but still, we take the win 5-4. Community, though, got to say, they won day one, and it still had some pretty good picks on this third and final day. So congratulations to the community, but there's still some codes. Don't forget, guys, there's still some codes to win, and because of you guys actually doing so well, there's going to be another code normally appearing very soon. Lingardium Leviosa, boom, at the bottom of the screen. We'll have to wait and see to have that one pop up. This is your last opportunity right now, ladies and gentlemen, to secure yourself the limited PMNC 2021 edition parachute. So this is no time to mess around. This is no time to waste. Get on the game right now, enter that code, and get that juicy loot for yourself. With that said, Tarzan, Highland Wolf, that's going to be a wrap for us right now. It's been an absolutely insane event. You guys have been here longer than me. I've only been here for the finals. You guys have been throughout the entire adventure, doing yourself the group stage from Group A and Group B, and now into the finals. Tarzan, I'm going to start off with you, man. How are you feeling at the end of this event? Do you have any closing remarks to make?
Well, complicated feelings, really. You're just going to miss something as you go through it, as well as your colleagues right here, production team, and Max. I mean, sending him off for some actually very nice changes. You're not colleague, you know, just like don't see it that way. Okay. That's kind of true. You know, for me to recognize that is great as well. But to the players, we always talk about, you know, how to stay together. You know, there's challenges ahead. You know, this experience doesn't have to conclude many things for you. So, you know, go back, watch the VODs, learn about yourself and each other, and then let go of good, you know, relationships and opportunities. Other than that, GG's.
Oh, relationships. We'll see how it's going to work out for both of us. I'll be sliding in your DMs, that's for sure. And then Wolf, how about yourself? Any closing remarks?
Oh, man, I think to say once more that the UK scene as a whole has improved tenfold since spring, and going now into PMCO, that final PMPL spot for these teams to take, that's going to be an absolute bloodbath. Cannot wait for that. But to see them all improve in such a short space of time, that's really impressive from so many players. Again, I just want to see them all stick together, because as some of these synergies evolve, they've already shown promise. They just need to show that potential in the future too.
Yeah, I just can't wait to see where it's going to go for NDL. I don't know if they're going to rename. Rolkis might not be there. Also, we know that Jody's going to leave. So it's just a question of time. We'll have the answers to those questions in the very, very near future as we get closer and closer to the PMGC at the end of the year. That is what all these teams are currently fighting for. That's going to be just about it. That's all she wrote. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls on Twitch and YouTube, for checking out the entirety of this PMNC UK Conference Finals for the 2021 edition. I hope you had all a fantastic stay with us on the desk. Thank you once again, Tarzan and Highland Wolf, for being here with me throughout the entirety of these finals on the 3 days that just happened. Stick around because there's going to be PMCO once again starting on the 31st. You don't want to miss it, so you better follow all the PUBG Mobile Esports official channels on social media to make sure you don't miss any piece of PUBG Mobile action here for the United Kingdom Conference. My name is Maxman. I was your host for this event. Thank you so much for watching once again, and we'll see you very, very soon for some more UK PUBG Mobile Esports action.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes, £22,000. Now that's a chicken dinner.